So I'm going to be doing some last-minute productivity video chores that would be fun to do in front of an audience, like a bit of live-action shots and some mouth noises into the Foley microphone. The karaoke requests are also folding into that. I, I am going to have great vocal control over the rest of my night. Now, my voice tends to start cracking and going bad in maybe the wee hours of the morning from 5 a.m. and onwards. But around 3 a.m., I tend to get a big boost. And I think that's when I'll be, my voice gets a big boost in how good it sounds and how masterfully I can control it on all the low levels and also control it a bit better on the high levels. And the karaoke request is going to be good vocal practice for that. I'm in the final stretches of a video, and I'm also in the beginning stretches of what sounds like it's going to be a very, very exciting, soul-affirming legal fight. Before I started this HOA stuff, I thought that problems of good and evil were a little more complicated. That evil people exist in as much as misunderstandings exist. Irreconcilable differences of opinion exist. I thought it was a little more complicated than what I'm dealing with right now. I thought that evil was a metaphor for things that might be more complicated than sociopathic personality disorder I'm dealing with here. It's insane. It is absolutely insane what's going on here. But in any case, how do I respectfully and responsibly, for that matter, tease this thing while also making a video, while also playing a bit of video game? I'm going to be putting some of that good music on. What was it? Soma FM? Good internet music? Yeah. The Soma FM 7 Soul station is something that I might be able to put on the screen for some good background music. However, there's also this 16-minute tutorial video that I felt would be good to leave on in the background while I do the video photography and the mouth noises. I think I'm looking at about 30 to 45 minutes of productivity streaming, and then we'll switch over to Advanced Wars by Web. And depending on how the conversation goes, there might be some real intellectually stimulating game talk discussion going on that'll maybe make me want to make a modification to the script that I'll be recording tonight and the video that I'm putting together. Whew! Some people are just real-life cartoon villains. War Sides. Valak 09, I did play War Groove. Yeah. It was a few years ago, but there was a decent Advance Wars like called War Groove that came out on the Nintendo Switch. And it's actually quite relevant to our conversation here because I have very fond memories of playing it on my Nintendo Switch on the gym downstairs and losing a lot of weight and getting my shit in order and having a positive mental attitude about life with the endorphins and the adrenaline that you get when doing good exercise. And I also remember enjoying some good podcast talk about how different it feels to play a game in a portable format in a way that you can multitask with some other productive activity like exercising. And then they closed down the gym indefinitely. Then the building caught on fire, and they closed down the gym even harder and tore the room out and kind of remodeled it into something different is what it looks like nowadays. But the door still says the gym is closed. Yada, yada, yada. There was a news report where that gym being closed, the gym that I would play War Groove on my Nintendo Switch with the controllers in my arms while I ran on a treadmill, was actually on the local news where they were reporting how fishy it is that this building caught on fire over a year and a half ago and no real repairs have been done. The gym was a room that has been closed down for purported damages since the fire, even though that gym was out of the fire's direct line of path, and whatever damage must have happened to it certainly is not visible to the naked eye, and they don't let us residents go in there, and they really hate it when we ask questions. But in any case, I'm going to go grab a table and set up some camera equipment when I grab the table, I'm gonna play this tutorial video to help me get ready for Advance Wars. I have a list of, what is it, 3 shots? Let's go to bookmarks, clips, checklist. I believe it's 3 shots. It's not gonna take too very long. Yeah, we're gonna get some shooting done. And then we're gonna do some sound effects with my mouth into the microphone that'll get played with and post in a fun way. No one would know this is happening unless they watch it. It'll be a fun behind the scenes look. And then we'll watch me get my ass kicked at Advance Wars online. There have been a few Advance Wars clones. Unfortunately, none of them quite feel all that close to the original. Yeah, Wargroove was not as satisfying. I came into Wargroove after an extremely satisfying playthrough of Fire Emblem Echoes: Shadows of Valentia. I might have been looking for something more like that. I might have had my expectations skewed by the medieval fantasy setting of it, but it was closer, much closer to an Advance Wars clone than a Fire Emblem clone. But even then, it kind of made me realize how Nintendo playtests things to an extent that indie developers can't reach. And the ultimate elegance in game design and polish, and even visual language of how easy it is to make sense of the strategies you're employing, do seem like they're hitting on more cylinders with Advance Wars proper. The animations weren't as snappy. Yeah, it was like a lesson in how much the subtleties add up as sum greater than the sum of their wholes. Is that how that thing goes? Anyways, I'm sure you guys know all the phrase I'm referring to. I'm gonna go grab my prop table, and then we'll set up the camera while letting this tutorial video play in the background. What? Another thing, let me know if the audio quality is shoddy or not. I'm gonna be listening to audio from my speakers for this one instead of headphones, because I don't want to risk the headphone cable snagging on something on the way here. Let's see, we need lights. But yeah, let me turn this music down and turn the video tutorial up.
The Advance Wars by Web community has been growing over the years. Some players, like myself, used to play the original games when they were kids on their Game Boy Advance or Game Boy DS. Some players' first time playing Advance Wars was on emulators, and some players have never played the original games at all. Some players have played other strategy games. Some have played similar turn-based strategy games like Wargroove or Fire Emblem. All of this is to say that players in the Advance Wars by Web community come from different backgrounds, different experience with the game and strategy games in general, resulting in a very wide range of skill level in Advance Wars by Web upon entry and even after many matches played. I have designed the 3-part series with the idea to cover different concepts within Advance Wars by Web, to impart and share the knowledge I've learned from playing, from talking with other players, or from simply lurking the Discord channels, in the hopes of helping players across different skill levels to get better at the game. This first video will be about beginner concepts, followed by an intermediate video and an advanced video. It is difficult to determine an ELO range for each of these skill levels, since reaching a certain number doesn't immediately place you in the next skill level. It is very subjective and a bit inaccurate, since a player's ELO will fluctuate a lot. But for the sake of simplicity, I would place the categories around these ranges. Beginners are players around 700 and 1000 ELO, intermediate players will range between 1000 and 1200 ELO, and anything above 1200 I would consider as advanced. But I actually think these ranges kind of fade into each other, since plateauing around 1000 or 1200 is very common, and then it's like, am I a beginner or an intermediate player? I like how Djus has described it once, saying that 1100 players will make some 1300 moves, but will also make some 800 moves. I also like to think of these as steps of knowledge and understanding of this game, like layers in a pyramid, where having a strong foundation allows you to build on the next layer and so on. You should have a solid understanding of the first step to then move on to the next step. For example, you can't really say you lost a match due to a disadvantaged CO matchup when you have base skipped every turn since day one. If you have never played Advance Wars by Web or any of the original games or any other turn-based strategy games, then I suggest to first get a hold of the fundamentals and general mechanics of the game, of which Go7 has made some really great videos explaining this. I will link these in the description. For those that have played the original Advance Wars games, but haven't played against other humans yet, it's very common to have developed some bad habits from playing against the AI in the campaign or war rooms, which won't work against human players. In this video, we will cover some concepts about macro such as capture phase, building units, base skipping, where to fight, unit chains, strong side, weak side, and finish with some CO suggestions. Before jumping into the first one, I do need to note that, as you probably already know, the Global League has 3 modes: Standard, Fog, and High Funds. My personal recommendation for someone that is brand new or is testing the waters of competitive Advance Wars is to start off by only playing Standard, then Fog, and once you feel comfortable on those two, try out High Funds. I say this because High Funds has a much faster pace than the other 2 modes. There's a lot more unit variety and maps can get crazier. It is a very fun mode, so I do suggest to try it out whenever you feel like it. This said, the examples on this video will mostly refer to Standard and Fog, but most of the concepts will still apply to all modes. On your very first turn, you should build only infantry out of every base you own, and look around your area of the map and identify if there is another neutral base. If there is, it shouldn't be very far from your pre-owned bases, probably between 1 to 3 turns. On your very first turn, you should build only infantry out of every base you own, and look around your area of the map and identify if there is another neutral base. If there is, it shouldn't be very far from your pre-owned bases, probably between 1 to 3 turns away for an infantry. If there is a neutral base, then head straight to that base with the first infantry from the closest base, and capture it. This means skipping other cities in the way to this base. You want to get the neutral base as fast as possible, so you can be producing more units quicker. Now, regarding all your other starting infantry, you want to be capturing the closest cities, so you can get them the fastest, giving you faster income,
Hang on.
If there
Gotta hit that one again.
On your very first turn, you should build only infantry out of every base you own, and look around your area of the map and identify if there is another neutral base. If there is, it shouldn't be very far from your pre-owned bases, probably between 1 to 3 turns away for an infantry. If there is a neutral base, then head straight to that base with the first infantry from the closest base, and capture it. This means skipping other cities in the way to this base. You want to get the neutral base as fast as possible, so you can be producing more units quicker.
Bases are more important than
regarding
cities.
all your other starting infantry, you want to be capturing the closest cities, so you can get them the fastest, giving you faster income, which will enable you to get vehicles out faster.
Is that the HQ? Yeah.
This game doesn't have a lot of moving parts. Quite literally, the only things you can move, the only elements of decision making you have, are your units. There are no upgrades, and you can't build properties. There are only units, so building the right units is one of the most important steps in this game. Now, I know we all love to see rockets, or missiles, or stealth, or even battleships, but realistically, a lot of these fancy and hype units strive only in very niche situations, if ever at all, especially in Standard and Fog. And if you're not building and using them in those specific scenarios, they can become increasingly hard to manage and to exploit them, and will likely go down before getting any value from them, which will set you back in the match. So, from our last point, we have our first few infantry capturing cities, income will start increasing, and your banked funds will pile up as well. It is time to build some vehicles. My advice is to keep your unit builds very simple. If you're playing a Global League standard match, making only infantry, tanks, anti-airs, and copters will take you a long way. In the case of Fog, add in some Regons as well.
That was important. What was that again?
And from our last point, we have our first few infantry capturing cities, income will start increasing, and your banked funds will pile up as well. It is time to build some vehicles. My advice is to keep your unit builds very simple. If you're playing a Global League standard match, making only infantry, tanks, anti-airs, and copters will take you a long way.
Let me write that
down. In the case of Fog,
so I'm guessing this is like a very reliable standard loadout that covers most strategic situations you'll find yourself in. Why are we neglecting mechs, I wonder? Mechanized infantry, rocket launcher guys, anti-tank guys. Why are we also neglecting medium tanks? I remember finding those a lot more decisive in the single-player GBA games I've been playing. AAs, and then let's call Battlecopters BCs. Inf. Okay, no, tank. That's right. AR for armor. We gotta say this as fast as possible. It's a matter of life or death whether or not I use the military acronyms.
Will take you a long way. In the case of Fog, add in some reguns as well.
Mechs are really
if the
slow.
income is really high, and you already have a lot of units in the field, like around 30 units, you can consider building a Neo tank. This means no rockets, no missiles, no mechs, and yes, no artillery. I know.
So we're skipping. Yeah. Oh wait, he's explaining it actually.
Building a Neo tank. This means no rockets, no missiles, no mechs, and yes, no artillery. I know. Arties are great, but they're also really hard to exploit at first. You probably should still make them.
Okay, hang on. I got some notepads drifted down.
No mechs.
Yeah, what's the deal with this
a Neo tank.
lack of artillery
This means
play? It's
no
insanely
rockets,
useful.
no
in
missiles, no mechs,
baby
and
Advance Wars I've been playing.
no artillery. I know.
No medium
Arties
tanks
are great,
either.
but they're also really hard to exploit at first. You probably should still make them and experiment with them from time to time.
Okay.
Sometimes you're even forced to make one due to important pipe seam breaks in the map. But my advice at this level is to refrain from building arties in general, since you will most likely not even need them, and they probably require an entire video on how to use them effectively. The other fundamental concept about unit building is called base skipping, which you probably have already heard before. It basically means ending your turn without building a unit on a given base. We don't want to do this. We want to be building units on every base, every turn, airports being optional, which means making one or more vehicles and then building infantry
on all. There was a useful rule there. We want to be doing whatever.
Want to do this. We want to be building units on every base, every turn, airports being optional, which means making one or more vehicles and then building infantry on all other remaining bases. The reasons why this is important are plenty, so many that if I were to elaborate on all of them, it would make this video very long. What I'll say as a quick summary is that we want to maximize our unit production count. Remember that you are limited in this game to produce as many units per turn as bases you own. There is no other way of making more units. Therefore, making sure your bases are pumping out units every single turn will result in you having the healthiest possible number of units in the field. With these two concepts, you will be churning out tanks, copters, anti-airs, plus reguns and fog, and infantry every turn. Your army will become very balanced yet extremely effective. As you take engagements, reinforcements will arrive, tanks replacing tanks, anti-airs taking air units out, and copters helping out dealing with tanks, indirects, and teched up land units. At the same time, because you haven't been base skipping, you will have a consistent stream of infantry to capture properties in the areas you've been fighting in and winning in, therefore capitalizing from your engagements by increasing your income and reducing your opponents. Now, we have an economy and we have vehicles moving forward to attack or defend. Let's look at what to do exactly with these units and where on the map to focus on. Overextension is another important concept of Advance Wars by Web, and it has to do with where your units are on the map. Now, it's a tricky concept to put into a clear set of points, since it will be affected by variables such as the map itself and local unit count disparity. But for the sake of simplicity, let's think of this as dividing the map in three different areas: your territory, enemy territory, and neutral territory, or contestable/no man's land territory, which is everything in between. How to identify these areas is something I will elaborate later on. But pretty much, you want to send your units and fight within the contestable area, and you want to avoid fighting in your opponent's area. The contestable area will be usually equidistant to you than it is to your opponent. So for example, tanks will take 3 turns for each of you to reach this area. Therefore, no one has a reinforcement time advantage in this area, and if you have favorable fights, you can capture the properties in the area and gain an income lead. But if somehow you find yourself fighting within your opponent's area, your reinforcements will take additional turns to arrive, while your opponents will take less turns to arrive, which will grind down your army over the course of a few turns. If you find yourself fighting within enemy territory, you are overextending, and you should probably just retreat back into the contestable area. There is no need to push deep into enemy territory, since there are a lot of cities to be captured in the contestable area in the first place, and if you own all of them, you have pretty much won the game. Once your units start arriving at the contestable areas of the map, you will notice that your opponent's units will do so as well around the same time. Therefore, attacking a unit or being attacked become new decision-making possibilities for you and your opponent. What you want to do is to make sure that all of your units that are in range of attack from an enemy unit are covered or supported by another one of your units that can deal damage to that enemy unit. This is usually called overlap. It is important to know that not all of your units need to have overlap, only the ones that can be attacked by enemy units. This is easier done in standard since you have perfect intel, and you can take your time to check each of the enemy units' movement range,
this is tough.
see which units of yours they could attack, and then make sure you have a retaliate
Overextension, where to fight. I'm real
forward
sorry.
to attack or defend. Let's look at what to do exactly out
Right,
dealing
base
with tanks,
skipping. I think this is where I
indirects,
was
and
last able to
take-up
pay
land
attention
units.
to.
At the same time, because you haven't been base skipping, you will have a consistent stream of infantry to capture properties in the areas you've been fighting in and winning in, therefore capitalizing from your engagements by
We got the
increasing
shots.
your income and
Photography's
reducing your
done.
opponents. Now, we have an economy and we have vehicles moving forward to attack or defend. Let's look at what to do exactly with these units and where on the map to focus on. Overextension is another important concept of Advanced Wars by Web, and it has to do with where your units are on the map. Now, it's a tricky concept to put into a clear set of points, since it will be affected by variables such as the map itself and local unit count disparity. But for the sake of simplicity, let's think of this as dividing the map in 3 different areas: your territory, enemy territory, and neutral territory, or contestable/no man's land territory, which is everything in between. How to identify these areas is something I will elaborate later on. But pretty much, you want to send your units and fight within the contestable area, and you want to avoid fighting in your opponent's area. The contestable area will be usually equidistant to you than it is to your opponent. So for example, tanks will take 3 turns for each of you to reach this area. Therefore, no one has a reinforcement time advantage in this area. And if you have favorable fights, you can capture the properties in the area and gain an income lead. But if somehow you find yourself fighting within your opponent's area, your reinforcements will take additional turns to arrive, while your opponents will take less turns to arrive, which will grind down your army over the course of a few turns. If you find yourself fighting within enemy territory, you are overextending, and you should probably just retreat back into the contestable area.
Okay.
There is no need to push deep into enemy territory, since there are a lot of cities to be captured in the contestable area
So
in the first place.
aggression.
And if you own
punished
all of
in
them,
this game?
you have pretty much won the game.
Oh,
Once your
what was that?
Place. And if you own all of them, a lot of cities to be captured in the
There are a lot
contestable
of
area
cities to be
in the first
captured
place.
and
And if you
contestable
own
and-
all
yeah,
of
yeah,
them,
yeah, okay.
you have pretty much won the game.
Similar dynamic. to
Once your
Syndicate.
units start arriving at the contestable areas of the map, you will notice that your opponent's units will do so as well around the same time. Therefore, attacking a unit or being attacked become new decision-making possibilities for you and your opponent. What you want to do is to make sure that all of your units that are in range of attack from an enemy unit are covered or supported by another one of your units that can deal damage to that enemy unit. This is usually called overlap. It is important to know that not all of your units need to have overlap,
Flanking.
only the ones that can be attacked
Make sure
by
you have a
enemy
battle
units.
buddy.
This is easier done in standard since you have perfect intel,
Okay, that
and you
doesn't
can
seem as
take your
weird as he
time
was
to check
making
each
it.
of the enemy units' movement range, see which units
So
of
it
yours they
covers
could
all the
attack, and then
infantry.
make sure you have
Yeah,
a retaliating
yeah.
unit in case they decide to go for that option.
It's not
Of
throwing
course,
me for too
as
much
unit
of a
count
loop.
starts building up, this can become increasingly difficult, so take your
Oh.
time. Once you have this, great,
Oh, I
your
gotta
opponent
copy
will
the
have to
footage
think
over
twice
with
before
USB.
attacking, and
I'll do
depending
that
on the
later.
skill level of your opponent, they may even go for some of these attacks, even though you will be getting a very favorable trade. If you want to take it a step further,
Oh, I can
you
do
can
that on
apply the
another
same
computer
concept
while
but to your
listening.
opponent, checking what units you can strike at, and then checking if that enemy unit is overlapped by another unit. If it's all by itself, or the unit you will attack with can't be attacked, for example, you use a tank to attack an infantry, and there's only enemy infantry in the area, then this is a free unit, or as some call it, free dude. Basically meaning that you can strike at that enemy unit for free, without any retaliation. In the case for fog, you won't know for certain what units will be able to strike at you due to the fog.
I can't
So
wait to
there is
play
a
those
bit of a
fog
guessing
games.
game. But what you can do in fog
They
is to
sound
start
really
off by
fun, but
focusing on
against
having
the AI,
unit
they're
chains,
not.
which means, for example, to have a stream of tanks, each one of them one turn behind the other, as they are reinforcing from your bases, so that if the frontline tank gets struck by an enemy tank, you have a new one turn away, to retaliate on your turn, meaning that if your opponent doesn't have a tank chain, they will lose that fight. The concept of strong side and weak side is usually very map dependent, but it is also very flexible. For example, you may have noticed that most maps in Global League have 3 bases per player, and in most of them you will have one area with 2 bases and the other with 1 base. When this is the case, then your 2 base side is by default your strong side, and your 1 base your weak side, simply by the sheer amount of units that you will output. And at the same time, due to maps being mirrored, your 1 base will be facing the enemy's 2 base side. So in these cases, each player has a strong side and a weak side, with each strong side facing the opposing's weak side. Usually, you should feel comfortable starting and taking fights on your strong side, while you should hesitate to fight on your weak side. Having double the amount of units on your strong side is incredibly strong. If you want some clear and simple objectives or guidelines, you want to pressure on your strong side, their weak side, to gain as many properties as possible, prioritizing income. While on your weak side, you want to prioritize on unit count and not so much on properties. You should always analyze attacks before launching into them.
Yeah, unit count means infantry.
If, for example, your opponent is
Poor
starting
guys,
to capture city of
whole
yours on your
purpose
weak
is
side
just
with
getting
no
people's
support
way and
whatsoever,
die.
and you can destroy that infantry without retaliation, then go for it. But if there is support, you should think really hard before taking that fight. Basically, losing one unit on your weak side to delay a city flip for one turn is not worth it. Remember, you can only create 1 unit per turn on that front, while your opponent is creating 2, meaning you can get overwhelmed very quickly if you don't take care of your weak side units. How strong and how weak these sides are depend on a lot of factors. In some maps, there is such a disparity in strength that it may encourage base trading, but you probably don't have to worry too much about this just yet. In some maps, there are only 2 bases, called base-like, where there isn't a clear strong side or weak side. So it's up to you to determine where your strong side is by simply sending the majority of your forces there. In mixed base, it's a bit more complicated, but usually you will have an area with 2 bases and others with 1 base. Therefore, the 2 base is always the strongest. But similarly to base-like, you can sort of determine where your strong side is by joining your armies in an area. In summary, you want to make sure you're fighting in the contestable area of the map and trying to capture the cities there without overextending, and you want to exert pressure on your strong side and you want to defend on your weak side. At this level, CO matchup isn't a very big factor, and most likely the match will be won or lost due to other factors like overwhelming unit count, unit value, and income disparity. But what can play a big role is picking a CO that is 1 or more tiers below your opponents. This is called underpicking. I have been guilty of this in my early Advance Wars by Web days, most noticeably when I was Jake against Olaf in a tier 2 match, or when I was Adder against Drake in a tier 3 Fog match in Stalingrad. My biggest advice here is to check what the tier of the match is. It will show in the match title name, and pick any CO within that.
I missed something.
Weak side.
Yeah, strong
At this
weak
level,
side, I get
CO
that.
matchup isn't a very big factor, and most likely the match will be won or lost due to other factors like overwhelming unit count, unit value, and income disparity. But what can play a big role is picking a CO.
Okay, I'm sorry. The donation message I just got. Any thoughts on a certain German marshal who is pregnant with an elephant? Love you, George. German marshal who is pregnant with an elephant. So I'm assuming I got a riddle of some kind. Don't overextend. A German marshal who is pregnant with an elephant. Now, in the Kriegspiel video, the German marshals, I don't know if they're marshals or not, but German military figures in history that I have in my head are going to be Reiswitz and Helvig. It was Venturini. Elephant. Give me a minute. It might come to me in a minute.
That is 1 or more tiers below your opponents. This is called underpicking. I have been guilty of this in my early Advance Wars by Web days, most noticeably when I was Jake against Olaf in a tier 2 match, or when I was Adder against Drake in a tier 3 Fog match in Stalingrad. My biggest advice here is to check what the tier of the match is.
I also
it will
need
show
to
in the match.
I need to solve a riddle, learn Advance Wars by Web basic concepts, copy over Sony A6K footage via a very shoddy USB SD card reader to smartphone that's then going to get uploaded to the cloud, that's then going to get downloaded to my production folder, Elephant, pregnant with elephant. Hannibal had elephants. Oh no, and now psychology lectures are playing. Um, I love where it is going. Where is it going? Hannibal. Hell, that has nothing to do with Germany though. Um, yeah, because Hannibal's elephants came from Libya and marched through Italy, and it was very impressive up until apparently they all got sick and only one of them actually made it. Um, I know. I was just saying for shits. I love where this is going. I don't want to Google it and spoil the joke. But this CO matchup business is something I still don't have a full grasp of, even in the single player games, because it sounds like some of the COs are just kind of shit. Who is it? Sammy? Yeah. Why? I don't know why anyone would play as Sammy, but maybe the experts who play this game know, and I'm about to learn.
At this level, CO matchup isn't a very big factor, and most likely the match will be won or lost due to other factors like overwhelming unit count, unit value, and income disparity. But what can play a big role is picking a CO that is one or more tiers below your opponents. This is called underpicking. I have been guilty of this in my early Advance Wars opponent. But what can play a big role is picking a CO that is one or more tiers below your opponents. This is called underpicking. I have been guilty of this in my early below your opponents. This is called underpicking. I have been guilty of this in my early Advance Wars by Web days, most noticeably when I was Jake against Olaf in a tier 2 match, or when I was Adder against Drake in a tier 3 fog match in Stalingrad. My biggest advice here is to check what the tier of the match is. It will show in the match title name, and pick any CO within that tier. You can always reference the general tier list if you don't remember them by heart yet. Keep in mind, the tiers may slightly change per mode and also per map. You can check specific map tier list by creating a game on that map and loading the different Global League presets of tiers. You should be fine with picking any CO within that tier, since players here tend not to exploit their CO's strengths and your CO's weaknesses. And you will also most likely encounter opponents underpicking COs, and as mentioned before, the match will be decided primarily by other factors. What you want to avoid is to be completely outclassed in power due to having a much lower tier CO. Now, if you don't know which CO you want to pick, or might rather go for the safest and simpler COs, then I would suggest the following. In standard, tier 4 Adder, tier 3 Kindle, tier 2 Max, tier 1 Van Bolt.
What?
In Fog, tier 4 Jess, tier
what?
3 Drake,
Who?
tier 2 Olaf.
Who? Okay, hang on.
Tier 1 Hawk.
I see no Andy. This is gonna be rough. Yeah, Von Bolt. Who is that? I don't know how much I'm enjoying the campaign of Advance Wars 2. War Room's been a lot of fun, but Von Bolt, Kindle, Adder. Adder's relatively unknown to me. Kindle looks like she's from a game I have yet to play. Max is someone I don't really enjoy playing as because his artillery is so underpowered. But I'll write down on here that Max may be my best choice for PvP for at least right now. Okay, let's pick this back up.
But you should feel free to pick whichever CO you want within the tier, which will help you get to know them better and understand their strengths and weaknesses and what their powers do if you didn't already. We have covered many concepts, which could be summarized into something like
I think a clue.
Build infantry first, capture your neutral base first if there is one, don't base skip, make only tanks, copters, anti-airs, and recons in fog, and infantry, fight for contested cities only and don't overextend, keep your units together, and pick a CO within the tier established. There are a lot of other things to learn, but I do believe that these are the most important at this level. Hopefully this video helped you learn a few things, or maybe it simply put into words stuff you already knew. Thank you for watching, and I will see you on the next video of the series, which is Intermediate Tips. Bye bye.
Okay. I'm also going to check out the tutorial mode of the game, which I had ready in a tab for this occasion, before going for the real thing. However, before I do that, I'm also not quite done with the video production little mini tasks that I wanted to get going before getting tired before the end of the night. There's some mouth noises that I'm going to make into the microphone. Oh god, upload failed. Alright, let's try this again. We should just put on some Advance Wars music. Max music. Advance. No, I can't see my fingers. Advance War. Okay, good. Not the reboot version. I think they're the same. I don't remember a difference between the song and 1 and 2. Okay, I gotta find a cloud drive that I'm uploading this stuff to. Oh, the device is out of space. Okay, I'm gonna go hop onto another computer, another PC, do it that way. Mark that as complete. Upload failed, Eject the USB drive. Max can simplify the game for yourself since you don't need to worry about artillery since you won't build them. That's a good point, actually. Maybe Max would be a good beginner's choice for the web game, because I bet artillery strategy gets a hell of a lot more complicated when real people are involved. And if I play as Max, yeah, let's just... That does sound nicer. Sammy is pretty, but also tough, and threatening infantry are valuable for capturing properties. Oh yeah, she does have an infantry advantage, and infantry get utilized a lot in this PvP mode, and I can easily see why. And it's mostly for blocking people and slowing them down. Thank you, computer. Fission failed. Okay, here goes a clue. Corsican? What? Hang on a moment here. Let me bring up the riddle again. Any thoughts on a certain German marshal who is pregnant with an elephant? So, Corsican, pretty mid. Oh, the word got eaten by fast typing. Sammy is pretty mid, but also tough, and threatening infantry are valuable for capturing properties. Maybe she's good if you're an expert at the game. Or maybe she's just tough if you're a newbie. That do some match reviews I enjoy. I don't think if you're gonna get it, but I can get you a clue. And the clue is Corsican, but Corsica is definitely not German, and the most famous Corsican is definitely not a German. German marshal. So is it a pun that sounds like Napoleon? Pregnant Napoleon elephant. Pregnant elephant Napoleon, who is pregnant with an elephant. N-A-P... Oh, there's no O. It's not an anagrammer. It's not a misspelling of Napoleon. Oh, also, yeah, these character themes are, only like 3 minutes long. Let's get Andy looping. No, not that version. Yeah, let's do this version. Set it to loop. I'm gonna go hop... What? No, never mind. I accidentally picked a remix. I'm sure it's cool, but that's not what I had in mind. Yeah. I'll hop onto another computer to copy over that footage, and then I'll be right back. We're about to find out in real time if local transfer, if local network file transfers slow down your streaming bandwidth. I was thinking for a second that those studio lights were getting me all sweaty and tired, and I think it's really, salad digestion. I ate a salad a few minutes ago, and my stomach is, chopping up the veggies, as it were. And I'm, is it that or is it the stress? Something's getting me, huffing and puffing and panting when I was just moving around the 4-pound IKEA table. I got some fun footage copied over. Now I'm getting ready to make some fun sound effects right into my microphone with my mouth. It's gonna sound real silly and cute, and then you'll see the video and be like, hey, I remember when he recorded that in front of us. I never knew that it would get used just like that. That's what she'll sound like when you watch the video. Hopefully it'll go up tomorrow. I've been writing all day. I've been writing all day, and you can tell just then. Yeah, this is the folder we're putting it in. That's the folder we're getting it from, and then we're gonna copy and paste it with Control-C. This is gonna go in a one intro, bam, 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 enter Control-V, and then let's put the camera away. Feels good to get that done at least. Let's give those files some file names so that I won't have to look at them through their frames. I don't want to do that to sort through my footage later on. Pressing the Windows key and type in Audacity. We're gonna record something with my mouth that I'm gonna practice a bit. Bam. Okay. Oh wait, puzzle's over? Oh, expect him to have a detailed knowledge about the Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, don't necessarily know if I have a detailed knowledge of the Napoleonic Wars themselves so much as I have a detailed knowledge of their influence on gaming history. However, pregnant with an elephant. Okay, I do remember some famous names. Blücher, that was Napoleon's Prussian opponent at Waterloo. Blücher, elephant. Cheech and Chong's The Corsican Brothers. And the puzzle has been a straw that broke the camel's back for George's sake. George needs an NAS. What's an NAS? It's always the stress word. Yeah, it's probably the stress. I think I expected to... Blücher? Blücher? What is Blücher? Is a German word for elephant. You'll never guess what the German word for elephant is.
Elefant.
Okay. German word for pregnant.
Schwanger.
Schwanger. I feel like there was a Schweiz at some point in the Napoleonic histories I was going through. Network something system. Ashenko, when I said Blücher, you got really excited, but I'm not quite sure I'm seeing the connection. It's the one and only most memorable German name I remember from Waterloo narratives. Then again, Frederick the Great was also around a few years beforehand, wasn't he? Friedrich. Just right, Blücher and elephant. Okay. There's a joke I don't know. Google already completed my search term. Okay, hang on. This deserves a look. We're gonna read about Blücher's elephant. Which Advance Wars CO theme would go well with reading about Blücher's elephant after I make my mouth noises? We really need to go for tonal dissonance for this stream. We're gonna play a happy, fun, upbeat, colorful, really truly candy-colored, pastel-colored strategy game that is going to involve hundreds of poor kids from poor families whose destiny was to be the cannon fodder for artillery. And it's gonna have music like Drake's themes are pretty fun. But maybe we should put it up to vote and employ some semblance of democracy here. Network attached storage, network something, just write Blücher and elephant. We're gonna get a history lesson. Let's see what YouTube says is the worst music in Advance Wars. Rachel's theme? Yes! Okay, this is what we'll be... This is what we'll be listening to after reading about Blücher's elephant. While reading about Blücher's elephant. But first, it is very important that I get the microphone really close to my mouth. Testing. These are going to be the seconds for the noise removal for the Foley mouth sound effects of this video I don't want to say the title of just yet. Too dry. All right. Those are mouth sound effects. File export. Let's get that Andy music back on. And then we're going to switch, like, what was it? Diane? No, Rachel. For some reason, when I thought this music, I was thinking Diane, but no, it's really Rachel's theme. But the sonic soundscape of the song really does strike me as more of a Rachel. I was trying to speed it up and time it up, but it's not gonna work. Dun 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 da 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 dun dun dun. We're up ba ba da ba ba bum bum bum. Dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun dun dun. Noise reduction, get that noise profile and apply. Hey, who else uses the levelator? I think I'm the only one still left doing that. I drag all my audio files to the levelator, and that makes them sound a bit better. Bum ba da ba 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 bum bum bum. Rap ba 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 bum bum bum. Dun da 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 dun dun dun. Dun ba 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 bum bum bum. Boom 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 boom. Roll boom 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 boom. Mouth sound effects underscore after NR, after NR, and export and save and control Z a couple times. I accidentally named the file the wrong thing, and then I'm gonna correct that, and we're good. Bam, wham, thank you, man. Okay, drag it to the levelator, and it's going. It paused at 69% for a couple of frames. Okay, I'm done making mouth sound effects. I'm done getting the 3 quick little dirty shots that I need for this quicker, dirtier little video, which I still think will satisfy the fans perfectly fine. So, next thing we're gonna do before switching over to actually playing the darn game is listening to some soothing, relaxing music while reading about Blue Care's elephant. Let me glance at Twitch chat and see if I missed anything important before moving on. Journalist, historian, trying PvP for the first time. What did I stumble upon? Oh my god, your username is even Advanced Warrior. Okay, Advanced Warrior, mess with the speed, later. Advanced Warrior, I am, working on a YouTube video essay at the same time as, trying to learn and play Advance Wars by Web for the very first time. I've played and enjoyed the grand total of Advance Wars 1. I think I've done everything in that game except actually complete the harder second campaign. I made it about halfway through before giving up. It kind of felt like bullshit. I've never really played it against real people before. Advance Wars by Web has some mechanics and units I'm not entirely used to. I've played maybe 4 missions of Advance War 2's campaign and maybe 4 or 5 War Room maps. I do like the additions of Neo Tanks, that rounds it out. Other than that, though, it does strike me as almost more or less the exact same game. But yeah, the PvP stuff against real human beings, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but I'm expecting to have fun. Okay, let's learn about Blue Care's elephant. The remarkable Blucher was the major influence in the successful 1814 campaign, in which eventually the Allies occupied Paris, but he did have problems. At one stage after the 1806 and 07 defeat of Prussia by Napoleon, he suffered a breakdown, a side effect of which was to have hallucinations about giving birth to, you'll never get this, kids, an elephant! In 1814, Blucher had another, although less severe breakdown, but fortunately recovered to be part of the entry into Paris, which led to Napoleon's first abdication. The 1813 and 14 campaigns are not often reported on, as they did not concern the British, but both were fought by the fragile alliances of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. They're very interesting, and particularly well covered in Dominic Lieben's book, Russia Against Napoleon. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ashenik Zero. I really needed that laugh. I also needed to deliver that with the perfect background soundtrack, and I am happy to have found it through the Advance Wars connection. Okay, let's get a playlist of Advance Wars Extended music, Advance Wars Music Extended, and filter this by playlist. Dual Strike music. Okay, this ought to be good. Andy's theme's gonna go on for an hour. Nice, awesome, that's just what I want. If they put ads on this thing, I'm gonna call the cops. Max's theme goes on for 20 minutes. We should maybe start with there. An hour is a bit much. Oh no, I'm reminded of Kanbai. Yeah, let's start with Max. Okay. Here we go. How bright that room is. It's not as bright in real life as it looks on the camera. The camera is giving a glare effect to the actual bulb itself. But okay, here we go. Should I be... I think I might want to glance at these tutorials. Yeah, game interface basics. I might want to keep this in another window. I also have my, oh no, it's a video. Don't tell me I gotta watch a video for this. I also have my notepad notes up in another window. Let's just straight up minimize OBS. I know it's come there. Wait, we gotta give this a widescreen ratio to make sure that it's actually a real video game. And let's also put it below the webcam there. Yeah. Okay, now we should center. Okay, I'm gonna scroll through the tutorials. Oh my god, they are videos. No, that's not...
Hey, everybody, go center.
No, come on, just give me... Give me a text file. I can look at it with my eyeballs in a flash. It did not require anyone to overwork themselves on stream.
Like King of the Penguins here.
I didn't have to listen to this guy say...
Hey, everybody, go.
I do not have 11 minutes. I'm sorry. Video tutorials is one of the worst things that has happened to the younger generations. How in the world did the kids decide this is normal? Like I just to make sure that I'm making my point. Let's try to learn through a video tutorial live right now. I wanted to play the game in like 3 minutes, but it's an 11-minute tutorial, so.
7, King of the Penguins here with a quick little tutorial video just talking about the interface of an Advance Wars by Web game. And I'd like to start off with this top left corner, looking at the zoom. When you first start a game, it's going to be a time slot for your very first game. Otherwise, it's going to save it between games. And you can actually change this. You can zoom out all the way down like 4 times, which makes this game very, very small, but you can technically still play. Or you can zoom in, make it even bigger, and the more you do this, the more it's going to change the layout, as you saw right there, pretty drastically. There, it's going to max out at times.
And the other thing is that, like, I have to listen through the no-shit Sherlock stuff, like...
I would personally recommend...
this is part of the ad revenue. It's not actually here to give me information faster.
Because these show you very important things. To start off, it just shows you which player...
That's why the video is a 10-minute minimum. It should not take 10 minutes to go through these points.
Start blue, and that's going to correspond to the map here. You can see the settle. Well, my opponent's white, no, but it's color. And it's also going to show the COs that you're playing, these little portraits.
And I can't
If
really...
you mouse over them, it's going to show the little description of the day-to-day. If you play Andy, it says no day-to-day abilities.
Soak this up very... We can't do a video tutorial right now. First turn advantage, basics, how to join a map. We're gonna figure it out as we go. We're not doing a tutorial. I think you have enough to start having fun to watch. I'm not gonna watch, but as far as my first few games go, do you want to walk me through Soul for Rent, or should I pop in the fastest mode with the rando and maybe ask questions and think out loud as I go? Join game, live queue. I wonder what that means. Dark Days of the Holy Empire. I didn't know they would have edgy lobby names. Bum 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 bum. Games and live queue. Okay, games, live queue. The Advance Wars by Web live leaders or players can meet up for real-time games, rated or unrated, 1v1s. Both players start with a 5-minute timer. Yeah. Every turn, both players gain 2 additional minutes. 3 game modes, standard, fog, high funds. Players can queue. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so... active games, completed games. I don't think there's anything relevant in the left column. Let's set this to standard. In queue. What does this mean? Players waiting in queue. It's red. And a queue empty, active recently. Okay. So red means populated, yellow means empty. That's not a good sign. Bum, 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 bum. All you need to do is go to competition, live league, join live queue, click unrated, and give her a go. Unrated. Okay, let's see how we go. Dun da 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 da. Do 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 do. Oh my god, I can't close the window or else I might get banned if I do it too many times. So menu resign is what they want you to do if you gotta leave. Okay. Every turn both players gain 2 minutes. Feels good to have a moment of quiet time though. Before this stream, I was still kind of rushing around, taking Eddie out to poo, taking a bathroom.
Move out.
Let's do this one. This is music for when you're in the match. Advance Wars menu music. That's the music that you listen to right now while doing this stuff. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. There we go. This feels more appropriate. Bum, 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 bum. In a different window, I'm gonna check the weather report for my area because I don't want my dog to get sad and hide under the chair and try to dig a hole in the carpet. Okay, no. We have no more rain for the rest of the evening. It cleared up a couple hours ago. There was a very small bit of rain we had. But I heard a loud thump. I thought I heard thunder. It was some Airbnb business. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Alright, we've gone on for 2.5. Hey! Alright. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Dysphoria Doc. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Dun 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 dun. Andy, no, Max. Where is Max? Is this an icon I use? Select a CO. Where's Max? I don't see Max. I don't want to play anyone else. Or my first game where I don't know what I'm doing. I got 1 minute and 20 seconds to figure out where Max is. Switching countries doesn't seem to do anything. Bum, 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 bum. It's not a T3 map, so no Max. Andy is fine. Okay, so the maps are gonna determine the COs. That's interesting. I think that's a little different than the Game Boy game. Let's do it! Oh, wait, we're playing as Andy. So, here we go. Request failed. What? I didn't see that in time. Let's zoom in. And ignore it for now. Okay, now what did I learn from the video? Oh god, oh god. The music. There, okay. Right click? Middle click? Oh no, I forgot how to do anything. Maybe it's because it's not my turn? Okay, yeah. Hoomdirk has the arrow. So the pipelines. Okay, it's still not my turn, but I do have some kind of control. First click is movement, second click is attack, and that is a base. What's the radio tower? I see an airport. What's this blank white square? I should have watched those tutorial videos. I hate it. I really don't like tutorial videos. How come this guy's turn is taking so long? Okay, towers give you plus 10% firepower. Okay. So I guess the idea is that there's like a recon guy at the top of the hour, top of the tower, helping everyone else spot. Brave underpick? What? The CO gets a bonus when attacking on roads. Hey, how can I tell what CO? No day-to-day abilities. I thought I picked Andy. I'm very worried that I didn't actually pick Andy. Who the hell is Cole? Gain 10% attack power on roads. Did I end up accidentally picking someone without realizing it? Is it my turn or what? What is he doing? I haven't seen a single move get made. The blank white squares are used as rocket pads. You can't capture them, but they give you 3 answers. Don't overextend, remember the videos. I don't want to cramp. They're about to hit 5 minutes. Wait, are they? Timer's counting down from 5. Why is the turn going down? I thought I would get a unit list when clicking on the base. It's not popping up, and I do think it's because it's not my turn. I can't move him around either. Is it like a control click thing? A shift click thing? Alt click is, doing nothing. This guy queued up and forgot. Maybe. But what's with the timer? It feels like it was more than 1 minute. Is the timer counting down from 5 minutes? Because it feels like it's been more than a minute and a half waiting by now. Am I about to win my first match while doing absolutely nothing? Move. Oh, damage calculator. That's useful. I'm hearing more weird thumps. I heard car alarms going off in the parking lot all day today. They're turning on cheat engine. This Arthur, this Duke, he fights a war in a new way by sitting on his ass all day. I think I'm just kind of stuck. This reminds me of the episode of Frasier who's playing chess and they all just do what they did in the old days. So did Frasier want to play a nice game of chess by mail, but his opponents kept forgetting to mail in their turns and kept him waiting? Did Frasier automatically win by default because his opponents technically forfeited the match by forgetting? Oh, I need to remind myself what those white pads are for. The blank white squares used as rocket pads. You can't capture them, but they give you 3 defense stars. So, the rocket pads, I remember that being a thing in Advance Wars 2. It's a new unit, a new ground tile. And I think you can launch them at enemies, couldn't you? It says you can't capture them, but they give you 3 defense stars. What's your strategy? Marlowe's, I'll get my ass kicked, but that's probably what I should be doing anyway. Just wait for the timer. My strategy is going to be to send infantry to the cities nearby. Oh, no, let's prioritize the harbor. Yeah, let's send 1 infantry to both harbors and another infantry to the nearest cities. Is this lander going to be useful? There's a satellite tower and a radio tower, it looks like. A satellite dish and a radio tower. That'd be a good way to describe it. So, yeah, first 2 turns would be capturing harbor, capturing cities. Third turns would be trying to cross over into the no man's land and capture properties there. And I guess I should go from east to west. Should I be going to the center, straight towards my opponent, though? That might be better. Never mind. I think I won. It's now my turn. Did they buy an infantry and let the timer tick down to 0? Okay, infantry. Infantry. Do I gotta double click or something? Huh? Why is it not working? I have $13,000. Left click. Right click? No harbor, bad. Okay, let's move him onto the city and capture. Is he gonna go or what? Failed to parse body. It's now Hoomdirk's turn, and Hoomdirk has 8 minutes. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Oh, did I actually buy that infantry? I just might have misunderstood the mouse click because of a lack of feedback. Because it does look like my infantry on the south is capturing the building. Refresh the page, you're lagging hard. I'm lagging in this game? How is lag a concern in a 2D turn-based browser-based game like this, working with pixel art from 2000? Alright, I refreshed the page. How come he gets 8 minutes? I had 5. I think. How come my turn ended early without me telling it to do so? Okay. You know what I've been working on? In my free time when going to sleep? I've been playing Advance Wars while listening to Introduction to Psychology with Professor Paul Bloom. I last left off at lecture number 6. The Andy music was starting to grate on me with the looping. This match is not going anywhere. I think he went and your game didn't get the signal. Weird. The server runs... Oh! Whoa! I just saw animation.
This class today is about language. And language is, to a large extent, where the action is. The study of human language has been the battleground over different theories of human nature.
What is that?
So every philosopher or psychologist or humanist or neuroscientist who has ever thought about people has had to make some claim about the nature of language and how it works. I'm including here people like Aristotle and Plato, Hume, Locke, Freud, and Skinner. I'm also including modern-day approaches to computational theory, cognitive neuroscience, evolutionary theory, and cultural psychology. If you hope to make it with a theory of what people are and how
I'm going to try blocking his boat with my boat.
You have to explain and talk about language. In fact, language is sufficiently interesting that unlike most other things I'll talk about in this class, there is an entire field devoted to its study, the field of linguistics, that is entirely devoted to studying the nuances and structures of different languages. Now, I'll first, before getting into details, make a definitional point. When I'm talking about language, I'm meaning systems like English and Dutch and Walpuri and Italian and Turkish and Urdu and what we've seen and heard right now in class in the demonstration that preceded the formal lecture. Now, you could use language in a different sense. You could use the term language to describe what dogs do or what chimpanzees do or birds. You could use language to describe music, talk about a musical language, or art.
He has more property than me, it looks like.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's no rule about how you're supposed to use the word language. But
didn't you want to start with the properties that are closer to you rather than farther?
Then from a scientific point of view,
you want to buy something
useless
at every
to ask
base,
interesting
every
questions
turn.
about it. If language can refer to just about everything, from English to
okay, now it looks like we're more even. I think I'm making more or less... Oh, this is interesting. He put a soldier on a boat and parked him off there.
So what I want to do is
okay, let's keep harassing that boat with my boat. I don't plan on really doing anything aggressive with it, just diversion stuff, slowing him down.
And American Sign Language and
oh,
Navajo,
they can...
and
I
so
think
on.
your soldiers can... Is that a
Once
river
we made
or an
some
ocean I'm looking
generalizations
at?
about language
It's a
in this
strand.
narrow sense, we could then ask, and we will ask,
I think.
to what extent
I don't think that's a
other
river. They
systems,
might
such as
actually
animal
need the boat to
communication
cross that
systems,
gap.
relate to this narrower definition. So we could ask in this narrow sense, what properties do languages have, and then go on to ask in a broader sense, what other communicative systems also possess those properties. Well, some things are obvious about language.
Oh, wait, no.
So here are the questions we
no.
will ask.
I know what I'm listening to because it's relevant for the video that I'm actually working on right now. Am I inputting my turn at the moment? No. He's still trying to capture all the north properties. I'm trying to capture all the south properties. I see the map dividing into a north and south division instead of the east and west like I was originally thinking of. Our HQs are on east and west. Okay, which side is my weak side and which side is my strong side? That's something I'm going to have to figure out. Should I go for cities or harbors? I think answered that question earlier. Fire? What? Fire on what? Oh, the pipeline. What is the... I need to learn how to play this game. Okay, we're splitting up. We're going for both cities and harbor. I don't think I see a... Huh? Move. Oh, it's already done for that turn. It's grayed out. Wait, what is this? I don't think that's an airport. Was that an airport that I just ignored? Right in front of everyone's face? Bum ba da ba 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 bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum bum ba da 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 dun dun. 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5. I think this is the best we got for intercepting the other boat, regardless of which direction it will go. Let's end the turn, and what we're going to listen to instead of Robert Sapolsky or Paul Bloom is CBC Educated Imagination Northrop Frye. I listened to these about a year ago, and I found them very, very inspiring, and I wanted to re-listen to them again while working on this video. I think it was part 3 I might have left off at.
The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation presents Giants in Time. This is the third talk in a 6-part series of Massey lectures entitled The Educated Imagination. The Massey lectures were established by the CBC in honor of the Right Honorable Vincent Massey, former Governor General of Canada. The speaker is Northrop Frye, principal of Victoria College, University of Toronto.
In the last 2 talks, we've been circling around the question, what kind of reality does literature have? When you see a play of Shakespeare, you know that there never were any such people as Hamlet or Falstaff. There may once have been a prince in Denmark named Amleth, or there may have been somebody called Sir John Fastall. In fact, there was, and he comes into an earlier play of Shakespeare's. But these historical
okay, Marlowe's going to be my helper now.
Shakespeare's Hamlet
it's only shoal
Falstaff,
tiles. You can't make any of the bigger naval units, only transports.
Poets
Do I even need the transports,
people,
though?
Especially people with
Look
money
at all that blue. Oh my God!
That they can make
when did that? Where did that tank come from? How did that tank get there that
Sometimes
fast?
they're right. If
I
there ever
missed
was
something
any huge,
that I...
sulky bruiser in the Greek army named Achilles, he'd no doubt be surprised to find that his name was still well known after 3,000 years. Whether he be pleased or not is another question. Assuming that there was a historical Achilles, there are 2 reasons why his name is still well known. One reason
How come he
is
got
that
so
Homer
many more
wrote about
soldiers faster than me? It's been
the
the same
other
amount of
reason
turns.
Is that practically
I think it's because I
Homer
neglected
said
that
about him was
airport. I did not recognize it by its pixel
Nobody
art
was
on
ever
first
made
glance.
invulnerable by being dipped in a river. Nobody ever fought with a river god. Nobody had a sea nymph for a mother.
Nobody stabbed the
Whether
Cyclops
it's Achilles
in his
or
eye.
Hamlet or King Arthur or Charles Dickens' father, once anyone gets put into literature,
Hey,
he's
no, I
taken
didn't mean
over
to click it like
by
that.
literature.
Ah!
And whatever he was in real life could hardly matter less. Still, if Homer's Achilles isn't the real Achilles, he isn't unreal either. Unrealities don't seem so full of life after 3,000 years as Homer's Achilles does. This is the kind of problem we have to tackle next. The fact that what we meet in literature is neither real nor unreal. We have 2 words, imaginary, meaning unreal, and imaginative, meaning what the writer produces, and they mean entirely different things. We can understand, though, how the poet got his reputation as a kind of licensed liar. The word poet itself means liar in some languages, and the words we use in literary criticism, fable,
no human
fiction,
was pregnant
myth,
with an elephant.
have all come to
Good
mean
callback,
something we
really
can't
good
believe.
callback. And yeah,
Some
Marlowe's,
parents
let's
in
see if
Victorian times
20 minutes sounds
wouldn't
about
let their
right.
children
20
read
minutes sounds like
novels
enough time
because they
to
weren't
learn
true.
through getting my ass kicked at what's
But
going to
not
happen
many
here,
reasonable people
and then
today
come into it with
would deny
more
that the
interface
poet is
knowledge for
entitled
sure.
To change whatever he likes
For a
when he
20-minute
uses
match
a
with
theme
someone who
from
will show me
history
the
or
ropes.
real life. The reason why was explained long ago by Aristotle. The historian makes specific and particular statements, such as the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066. Consequently, he's judged by the truth or falsehood of what he says. Either there was such a battle or there wasn't. And if there was, he's got the date either right or wrong.
We're going to move the tank,
but the poet, Aristotle
our
says,
tank, to its
never
north
makes
and
any
create
real
what the
statements at
YouTuber
all.
called overlap.
Certainly no particular or specific one.
In my mind, it
The
sounded like
poet's
support.
job is
A
not
tank
to tell you
supported by
what
infantry
happened,
should overcome a
but
tank
what
by
happened.
itself, right?
Not what did take
So
place,
let's put the tank.
but the kind of thing that
Can the
always
infantry
does take
attack
place.
the tank's attacker?
He gives you
No,
the
let's put the
typical,
tank in the forest,
recurring,
not the city.
or what Aristotle calls universal
This
events.
right-click thing to deselect is
You
making me
wouldn't go to
nervous.
Macbeth to learn about the
There we
history
go.
of Scotland. You go to it to learn what a man feels like after he's gained a kingdom and lost his soul.
Oh God,
Our
he's so
impressions
good.
of human life are picked up one by one and remain for most of us loose and disorganized. But we constantly find things in literature that suddenly coordinate and bring into focus a great many such impressions. And this is part of what Aristotle means by the typical or universal human event. All right, but how does this explain Achilles? Achilles was invulnerable except for his heel, and he was the son of a sea nymph. Neither of these things can be true of anybody.
This
so
is
how
awesome.
does that make Achilles
This
a
kicks
typical or
ass.
universal figure?
Playing Advance Wars by Web
Here
while
there's another
listening to
kind of
academic
principle
lectures
involved.
kicks ass.
Achilles is more than what
Why
any
do we have
man
so much
could
time per
be,
turn, though? It seems like
because he's
it's not moving as
also
fast as
what
I
a
was
man
expecting, and the
wishes he
first
could
5
be.
minutes were very, very
and he
lightweight.
does what most men would do if they were strong enough.
Interior lines,
He's not a
interior
portrait
lines.
of an individual
Wait, you
hero,
want me to be going to the center
but
of the
a
map?
great
Interior
smoldering
lines,
force of
interior
human
lines.
desire and frustration
I'm
and
having a hard time
discontent.
parsing that's
Something we all
that
have in us
shorthand.
too, part of mankind as a whole. And because he's that, he can be partly a god, involved with nature to the point of having a mother in the sea and an enemy in the river, besides having other gods in the sky directly interested in him and what he's doing. And because with all his superhuman strength, he's still up against something he can't understand, there's an ironic perspective too.
Ah,
Nobody cares now about the historical Achilles,
Homer
if
is
there
so
ever
good.
was one. But the mythical
And he's
Achilles
talking through the
reflects a part of our
Aristotelian
own lives.
definitions of the different genres of literature,
Let's leave this for a bit and turn to the question of imagery.
where Achilles is like
What happens when a
superior to his
poet,
fellows,
say,
but
uses
inferior
an
to
image,
nature.
an object in
Therefore,
nature,
it's a tragedy.
like a flock of sheep or a field of flowers.
Okay, we got a strategic
does use
situation
them,
here that's
he's
things are
clearly
getting
going to make a
interesting. I'm gonna
poetic use
lose,
of
but
them.
let's see how
They're going
much
to become
dignity I can
poetic
hold on
sheep
to
and
on my
poetic
way
flowers,
out.
absorbed and digested by literature, set out in literary language and inside literary conventions. What you never get in literature are just the sheep that nibble the grass or just the flowers that bloom in the spring. There's always some literary reason for using them, and that means something in human life that they correspond to or represent or resemble. This correspondence of the natural and the human is one of the things that the word symbol means. So we can say that whenever a writer uses an image or object from the world around him, he's made it a symbol. There are several ways of doing this. Besides literature, there are all the verbal structures of practical sense: religion, morality, science, philosophy. And one of the things literature does is to illustrate them, putting their abstract ideas into concrete images and situations. When it does this deliberately, we have what we call allegory, where the writer is saying, more or less, I don't really mean sheep. I mean something political or religious when I say sheep. I think of sheep because I've just heard on the radio someone singing an aria from a Bach cantata, which begins, "Sheep may safely graze where a good shepherd is watching." This was
I've
on
had
a
an
program
airport
of
this whole
religious
time.
music. So I suppose somebody must have assumed that the sheep meant Christians and the good shepherd Christ. They easily could have meant that, although by an accident, this particular cantata happens to be a secular one, written in honor of the birthday of some German princeling, so the good shepherd is really the prince, and the sheep are his taxpayers. But the sheep are allegorical sheep, whether the allegory is political or religious, and if they're allegorical, they're literary. A more common way of indicating that an image is literary is by allusion to something else in literature. Literature tends to be very allusive, and the central things in literature, the Greek and Roman classics, the Bible, Shakespeare, Milton, are echoed over and over again.
Cut through the middle
take
and
a simple
defeat in
example,
details, just like
many
the
of you
little
will
Corsican
know
would
G.K.
do.
Chesterton's
This might
poem
be
of the
peak chart
donkey,
strategy game.
which
Listen to
describes how
academic lectures.
ungainly
This is
and
what living
ridiculous
is
the
about,
beast
dude.
is. But that
This
he doesn't
is
care because,
peak
as the poem concludes,
male living during the
also
pandemic.
had
This is
my
how I spent
hour,
my 2020.
one far
I
fierce
played
hour and
Tetris while
sweet.
listening to this
There
stuff
was
like
a
this.
shout about my ears and palms before my feet. The reference to Palm Sunday is not incidental to the poem, but the whole point of the poem, and we can't read the poem at all until we've placed the reference. In other poems, we
Their
get
tank made a
references to
retreat.
classical
They went
poems,
after some
as
easier
in Yeats's
prey.
sonnet on Leda and the Swan.
Oh, we got two
A
tanks.
shudder in the loins engenders there,
That
the broken wall, the burning roof.
You want
and
artillery
tower,
for that, don't
and
you?
Agamemnon dead.
1, 2, 3. We can make a
This
front line of
allusiveness
infantry,
in
put
literature is significant
artillery behind it,
because
support
it
them
shows
with AA.
what we've been saying all along.
That seems
that
like
in
the tactically
literature,
intuitive
you don't
option.
just read one poem or
But,
novel after another, but enter
The
into a
tutorial videos were
complete
saying that the
world
artillery is
of
just
which
not good in
every
this
work
game.
of literature forms part.
Oh, I also
This
want to
affects
attack
the
them on
writer
roads
as much
if I
as it
can
does the
manage
reader.
it. I think they're left.
Many people
the
think
west is
that
vulnerable.
the original writer is
They
always
got two
directly
tanks
inspired
and a
by life,
battlecopter on the right.
and that
Their
only
left is just all
commonplace or
infantry at the
derivative
moment.
writers get inspired by books. That's nonsense. The only inspiration worth having
Yeah, that landing
is
they
an
just made looks
inspiration
like
that
they landed on
clarifies
a real
the
hot
form of
zone.
what's being written.
Those infantry are
And
going to get
that's
caught
more
between
likely to
tank and
come
AA and
from
us supported
something
by a
that
third one. I
already
have a
has a
superior
literary
force
form.
there. Wonder what his
We
idea
don't
is.
often find
He's
that
also
a
going for
poem
the
depends
tower
completely
instead of
on an allusion,
something more
as
immediately
Chesterton's poem
valuable.
does. But allusiveness runs all through our literary experience. If we don't know the Bible and the central stories of Greek and Roman literature, we can still read books and see plays, but our knowledge of literature
Okay, let's do
can't
it. Let's
grow.
attack. Let's
Just as our
shed
knowledge
blood.
of mathematics can't grow if we don't learn the
79.
multiplication table. Here we touch on an
I guess we're gonna
educational
do it.
problem of what should be read when, that we'll have to come back to later. I said last day that there's nothing new in literature that isn't the old reshaped. The latest thing in drama is the theater of the absurd, a completely wacky form of writing where anything goes and there are no
Was that a
rational
diversion,
rules.
though? Were those guys meant to be
In
sacrificed?
one of these plays, Ionesco's La Chauve Cantatrice, the bald soprano
if
in
I do
English,
that, he'll get
Mr. and Mrs.
helicoptered.
Martin are talking.
At the same time, he
They
gets
think
swarmed
they
by
must
the
have seen
infantry.
each other before
Should I
and discover that they traveled in the
move
same
him into
train
the
that
forest
morning,
for now and put
that
someone
they have
else
the
more
same
useful
name
in the
and
city?
address,
Should I go after the
sleep
harbor?
in the same bedroom, and both have a 2-year-old daughter named Alice. Eventually, Mr. Martin
3
decides
stars. 3
that he
stars.
must
Yeah,
be
yeah, let's
talking
go
to
for
his
the harbor.
long-lost wife, Elizabeth. This scene is built on two of the solidest conventions in literature. One is the ironic situation in which two people are intimately related and yet know nothing about each other. The other is the ancient and often very corny device that critics call the recognition scene, where the long-lost son and heir turns up from Australia in the last act. What makes the UNESCO scene funny is the fact that it's a parody or takeoff of these familiar conventions. The allusiveness of literature is part of its symbolic quality, its capacity to absorb everything from natural or human life into its own imaginative body. Another well-known poem.
This is wonderful. Holy cow.
Tells how Wordsworth sees a field of daffodils, and then finds later, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude, and then my heart with pleasure fills, and dances with the daffodils. The flowers become poetic flowers as soon as they're identified with the human mind. Here we have an image from the natural world, a field of daffodils.
Do I have $60,000?
The human mind, which
yeah,
puts it
no,
into the
let's
world
go.
of the
Let's go hard. Where's my Neo? Oh,
and
those
the
are
sense
22.
of human vision and emotion.
Do I have $18,000? I have $7,400.
So to speak, is what gives them their poetic
Are my
magic.
units worth 60,000 in total?
The
is that
human
what that
mind
means?
is
Yeah, that's what that
Wordsworth's
means. Okay,
individual
it's for
mind
quickly
at
gauging the
first.
matchup.
But as soon as he writes a poem, it becomes our minds too. There is no self-expression in Wordsworth's poem, because once the poem is there,
deselect.
the individual Wordsworth
I would like
has
to
disappeared.
hear some advice on how to better
The general
deselect.
principle involved is that there is
I'm
really no such
right-clicking,
thing as
it's clumsy.
self-expression in literature.
All right, let's all group up.
In other words, it isn't just
here
the
and get
historical
ready for
figure
some
who gets taken over
bullshit.
by literature. The poet gets taken over too.
The middle island
As we
looks
said
like
in our
I'm
first
winning the
talk,
fight there.
the poet as a person is no wiser or better a man than anyone else. He's a man with a special craft of putting words together, but he may have no
and every
claim on our
turn I'm
attention
gonna buy
beyond
something.
that. Most of the well-known poets have well-known lives, and some of them, like Byron, have had some highly publicized love affairs. But it's only for incidental interest that we relate
I think
what a
those
poet
tanks are
writes
gonna
to his own life.
give them the edge in the northeast.
Byron wrote a
so
poem to a maid of Athens.
maybe I should be
and
retreating
there really was a
back
maid of
there, give them
Athens,
a bit of ground
a
while
12-year-old girl whose price, set by her
buy
mother,
some
was
anti-tank equipment.
30,000 piastres, which Byron refused
It's
to
just
pay.
going to be other tanks with support,
Wordsworth
though.
wrote some
They don't
lovely
want me
poems
picking
about a
artillery
girl
or
named
medium
Lucy,
tanks.
but he made Lucy up. But Lucy is just as real as the maid of Athens. With some poets, with Milton, for example, we feel that here is a great man who happened to be a poet, but would still have been great whatever he did. With other equally great poets, including Homer and Shakespeare, we feel only that they were great poets. We know nothing about Homer.
Maybe I should do artillery.
Some people think there were two
the
Homers, or a committee of Homers. We
I
think
don't
of a
have the
blind
money.
old man,
Damn.
but we get that notion from one of Homer's characters. We know nothing about Shakespeare, except a signature or two, a few addresses, a will, a baptismal register, and the picture of a man who is clearly an
No
idiot.
fog of war for this entry-level
We relate
tutorial
the poems
stuff.
and plays and novels we read and see, not to the men who wrote them, nor even directly to ourselves. We relate them to each other. Literature is a world that we try to build up and enter at the same time. Wordsworth's poem is useful because it's one of those poems that tell you what the poet thinks he's trying to do. Here's another poem that tells you nothing, but just gives you the image. Blake's The Sick Rose. O rose, thou art sick, the invisible worm that flies in the night in the howling storm has found out thy bed of crimson joy.
Hotkeys.
And a dark
Ooh.
secret love does thy life destroy.
Go to preview. Ooh, Q and E look useful.
The author of a recent
Hold
book on
shift
Blake
to preview
says he
movement.
gave this
Hold
poem
control
to
to
a class of
preview
60
attack
students
range. Hold alt
and
to
asked them to
preview
explain
vision
what
range.
it meant.
Oh.
59 of them turned the poem into an allegory. The 60th was a student of horticulture who thought Blake was talking about plant disease. Now, whenever you try to explain what any poem means, you're bound to turn it into an allegory to some extent. There's no way out of that. Blake isn't talking about plant disease, but about something human. And as soon as you explain his rose and worm, you have to translate them into some aspect of human life and feeling. Here it's the sexual relation that seems to be closest to the poem. But the poem is not really an allegory, and so you can't feel that any explanation is adequate. Its eloquence and power and magic get away from all explanations. And if it's not allegorical, it's not elusive either. You can think of Eve in the Garden of Eden, standing naked among the flowers, herself a fairer flower, as Milton says, and being taught by the serpent that her nakedness and the love that went with it ought to be something dark and secret. This allusion, perhaps, does help you to understand the poem better, because it leads you toward the center of Western literary imagination and introduces you to the family of things Blake is dealing with. But the poem doesn't depend on the Bible, even though it would never have been written without the Bible. The student of horticulture got one thing right. He saw that Blake meant what he said when he talked about roses and worms, and not something else. To understand Blake's poem, then, you simply have to accept a world which is totally symbolic, a world in which roses and worms are so completely surrounded and possessed by the human mind that whatever goes on between them is identical with something going on in human life. You remember that Theseus, in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, remarked, "The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact." Theseus is not a literary critic. He's an amiable stuffed shirt. But just the same, his remark has an important truth in it. The lunatic and the lover are trying to identify themselves with something.
I would still like to deselect.
The lover with his
worried
mistress,
about misclicking
the lunatic
things,
with whatever he's obsessed with.
but it is coming together in
Primitive
a wonderful
people
way.
also try to identify themselves with totems or animals or spirits. I spoke of the magic in Blake's poem. That's usually a very vague word in criticism. But magic is really a belief in identity of the same kind. The magician makes a wax image of somebody he doesn't like, sticks a pin in it, and the person it's identified with gets a pain. The poet, too, is an identifier. Everything he sees in nature, he identifies with human life. That's why literature, and more particularly poetry, shows the analogy to primitive minds that I mentioned in my first talk. The difference is more important. Magic and primitive religion are forms of belief.
Just click off away to
Lunacy
the side.
and love are forms of experience or action.
Yeah, I'm feeling like
Belief and
I should
action
put a
are
rocket
closely
there to
related,
keep them away from my
because
HQ
what a
for
man
now.
really believes is what his actions show that he believes.
I think the most interesting
belief,
strategy is going
You're
on the left
continually
here.
concerned with questions of truth or reality.
For the upper
You
right, I
can't
just don't
believe
see a way
anything
out of
unless you can say this is
retreating.
so.
Very cowardly.
But literature, we remember, never makes any statements of that kind.
What is this? Why are they
What
winning?
the poet and novelist say
It's because of the
is more like,
anti-air? Is that all?
let's assume this situation.
I had two
So there
battle
can never
copters
be
there. Now
any
I have
religion
one.
of poetry
Unless
or
I
any
forgot.
set of beliefs founded on literature. When we stop believing in a religion, as the Roman world stopped believing in Jupiter and Venus, its gods become literary characters and go back to the world of imagination. But a belief itself can only be replaced by another belief. Writers, of course, have their own beliefs, and it's natural to feel a special affection for the ones who seem to see things the same way we do. But we all
Forced
know,
March
or
and
soon
Trail of
realize,
Woe.
that a writer's real greatness lies
There's some
elsewhere.
pretty gnarly naming conventions.
The world
for,
of the
oh
imagination is a world of unborn or embryonic beliefs. If you believe what you
boy.
read in
one-shots
literature,
copters and
you
copter
can,
versus
quite
copter.
literally,
We have to
believe
super, no
anything.
sense in holding it. What button do I press?
So, you may ask, what is the use of studying a world of imagination where anything is possible and anything can be assumed, where there are no rights or wrongs, and all arguments are equally good? One of the most obvious uses, I think, is its encouragement of tolerance.
There's a button near
In the
your character
imagination,
during
our
your turn.
own
Okie
beliefs
dokie.
are also only possibilities. But we can also see the possibilities in the beliefs of others. Bigots and fanatics seldom have any use for the arts because they're so preoccupied with their beliefs and actions that they can't see them as also possibilities. One can, of course, go to the other extreme and become a dilettante, so bemused by possibilities that one has no convictions or power to act at all. But such people are much less common than bigots, and in our world much less dangerous. What produces the tolerance is the power of detachment in the imagination, where things are removed just out of reach of belief and action. Experience is nearly always commonplace. The present is not romantic in the way that the past is, and ideals and great visions have a way of becoming shoddy and squalid in practical life. Literature reverses this process. When experience is removed from us a bit, as the experience of the Napoleonic War is in Tolstoy's War and Peace, there's a tremendous increase of dignity and exhilaration. I mention Tolstoy because he'd be the last writer to try to glamorize the war itself or pretend that its horror wasn't horrible. There is an element of illusion, even in War and Peace, but the illusion gives us a reality that isn't in the actual experience of the war itself.
Now
the reality of proportion and perspective, of seeing what it's all about, that only detachment
I'm not seeing a solution
give.
Anymore.
Literature helps to give us that detachment, and so do history and philosophy and science and everything else.
And the water's really not slowing people down.
But literature has something more to give, peculiarly its own, something as absurd and impossible as the primitive magic it so closely resembles.
It is tempting to resign this one.
Time comes from the last
I made a shitload of mistakes.
The great series of novels by Marcel Proust called À la recherche de temps perdu.
I felt the magic for a few minutes, and now I just feel like I'm getting fucked.
In search of lost time.
Well, actually, no, I won't. I'll hold off on resigning because a big problem with Advance Wars PvP on an actual Game Boy. Oh my god.
We never know what's coming next.
Retreat. I have 40 seconds to issue a dramatic retreat. Is my superpower even still active?
We're all in the position of a dog in a library, surrounded by a world of meaning in plain sight that we don't even know is there. Proust tells an immense long story that meanders through the life of France from the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the First World War. A story held together by certain recurring themes and experiences. Most of the story is a record of the jealousies and perversions and hypocrisies of real life. But there are occasional
like when I look at this, my brain interprets river.
Infinitely beyond them. At the end of the series of books, Proust explains, or at least his narrator explains, how one such experience takes him outside his ordinary life and also outside
I want to see if they
have
some kind of solution employed for the ridiculously long matches.
Because it makes it possible for him
I recall
to
being
look
a problem
at
with PvP on the
not
Game Boy
as living
games.
from moment to
I played
moment,
a grand total
but
of
as
maybe
giants
one match of
immersed
Advance
in
War on a
time.
Game Boy emulator within
The
a
writer
human
is
opponent in my
neither a
life.
watcher nor a
And what
dreamer.
ended up happening is
Literature does not reflect life, but it
really
doesn't
prolonged
escape or withdraw
turtling
from
at
life
the end
either.
when I was
It
getting
swallows
my ass kicked, but kept
And the
spawning
imagination
in
won't
whatever units
stop
were required
until
to
it
just
swallows everything.
let the suffering continue
No
for
matter
way
what
too
direction
long.
we start off in, the signposts of literature always keep pointing the same way, to a world where nothing is
The solution is
outside
either
the human
property
imagination.
cap limit, where the player captures 2 to 3
If
of all
even
properties, or
tongue,
they cap that
the enemy
HQ.
of all living things, and to poets, at least, the most hated and feared of all
The
tyrants,
HQ is looking a
can
bit
be broken
exposed right
down
now.
by the
It's,
imagination. Anything can be.
oh, right, I can't move the
We come back to
rockets.
the limit of the imagination
They're needed
that
to
I
fire.
referred to in my first talk.
So one of my
A
bases is
universe
going to be kind of
entirely
useless for a while.
possessed and occupied by human life, a city of which the stars are suburbs. Nobody can believe in any such universe. Literature is not religion, and it doesn't address itself to belief.
Okay, so is there an easy way to gauge how close they are to hitting the two-thirds capture limit?
Or insist on it being limited in various ways. Something goes dead inside us.
I don't want to have to look at them and count.
That it's really
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I don't want to have to look at them and count them by hand, though.
Massey lectures entitled "The Educated Imagination"
now,
by
I don't know what you guys got out of
Victoria
that,
College, University of
but I
Toronto.
think I need to give that one another
The program
one.
was presented through the facilities of the International Service of the...
Income is a good threshold.
The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation presents Giants in Time.
He's making
This is the
$8,000 more
third
dollars
talk
than
in
me.
a six-part series of Massey
Maybe you
lectures
can just like
entitled
gauge by
The
color.
Educated
Does the map
Imagination.
look like two-thirds
The
of it
Massey lectures
is
were
red
established
yet?
by the
Orange,
CBC
I mean, I'm
in honor of the
colorblind.
Right Honourable Vincent Massey, former Governor General of Canada.
Under menu,
The speaker
I
is
think I
Northrop
don't remember.
Fry,
Let's
principal
see.
of Victoria College, University of Toronto.
Stats.
In the last two talks, we've been circling around the
Pathetic.
question, what kind of
Absolutely
reality does
pathetic
literature
stats
have?
is what I learned
When
my
you see a
stats
play
were.
of Shakespeare, you know that there never were any such people as Hamlet or Falstaff. There may once have been a prince in Denmark named Amleth, or there may have been somebody called Sir John Fastall. In fact, there was, and he comes into an earlier play of Shakespeare's. But these historical figures have no more to do with Shakespeare's Hamlet or Falstaff than you or I have. Poets are fond of telling people, especially people with money or influence, that they can make them immortal by mentioning them in poems. Sometimes they're right. If there ever was any huge, sulky bruiser in the Greek army named Achilles, he'd no doubt be surprised to find that his name was still well known after 3,000 years. Whether he'd be pleased or not is another question. Assuming that there was a historical Achilles, there are two reasons why his name is still well known. One reason is that Homer wrote about him. The other reason is that practically everything Homer said about him was preposterous. Nobody was ever made invulnerable by being dipped in a river. Nobody ever fought with a river god.
Homer didn't
do
the Achilles heel thing, though.
Whether it's Achilles
Am I going to be
or
a dick
Hamlet
about that, or
King
just let him
Arthur
go on?
or Charles Dickens' father, once anyone gets put into literature, he's taken over by literature, and whatever he was in real life could hardly matter less. Still, if Homer's Achilles isn't the real Achilles, he isn't unreal either. Unrealities don't seem so full of life after 3,000 years as Homer's Achilles does. This is the kind of problem we have to tackle next.
Was it time? Did
The
I?
fact that what we meet
I
in
did not
literature
press the
is
button.
neither
They just
real nor
took the turn
unreal.
from me.
We have two words,
More
imaginary,
George Dick.
meaning
Excuse
unreal,
me, what?
and
Draws
imaginative,
sometimes happen if both players have an
meaning
equal
what the
amount of
writer
properties and they hit
produced,
the 30-day limit.
and they mean entirely different things.
Most cart players get utterly brutalized
We
before
can't
turn
understand,
10.
though, how the poet
Oh,
got
good.
his
So I made it to turn
reputation as a kind
13
of
before getting
licensed
utterly
liar.
brutalized. I did so much
The
better.
word poet itself means liar in some languages, and the words we use in literary
Run
criticism,
out of time at all. I guess that's what I
fiction,
I must have missed that.
have all come
Can
to
I make
mean
the
something
timer
we can't believe.
a bigger, take
Some
up bigger
parents
eyeball
in
real
Victorian
estate?
times wouldn't
Let's
let their
see.
children read novels because they weren't true. But not many reasonable people today would deny that the poet is entitled to change whatever he likes when he uses a theme from history or real life. The reason why was explained long ago by Aristotle. The historian makes specific and particular statements, such as, the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066.
He can't keep getting away
Consequently,
with
he's
this.
judged by the truth or falsehood of what he says. Either there was such a battle or there wasn't. And if there was, he's got the date either right or wrong. But the poet, Aristotle says, never makes any real statements at all. Certainly no particular or specific one.
Okay, so
The
how
poet's
many
job
properties
is
do
not
they
to tell you
have?
what
There was
happened,
some way to do this
but
in the
what
Game Boy
happened.
games.
Not what did take place, but the kind of thing that always does
something
take
just
place.
happened in a flash. I didn't catch
He
it.
gives you the typical, recurring,
messages,
or what
pause
Aristotle calls
timer.
universal event.
Thanks.
You wouldn't go to Macbeth to learn about the history of Scotland. You go to it to learn what a man feels like after he's gained a kingdom and lost his soul. Our impressions of human life are picked up one by one and remain for most of us loose and disorganized. But we constantly find things in literature that suddenly coordinate and bring into focus a great many such impressions.
Sure, whatever.
And this is part of what Aristotle means
how do I get it off?
The typical or universal human event.
Okay, there we go.
All right, but how does this explain Achilles? Achilles was invulnerable except for his heel, and he was the son of a sea nymph. Neither of these things can be true of anybody. So how does that make Achilles a typical or universal figure? Here there's another kind of principle involved.
Let's
Achilles
just give
is
him the
more
turn.
than what any man
See what
could
this looks
be,
like when you lose
because
utterly.
he's also what a man wishes he could be, and he does what most men would do if they were strong enough. He's not a portrait of an individual hero, but a great smoldering force of human desire
I wanted to test how
and discontent. Something we all have enough
unfun
to,
it would be to see this
part
all the
of
way to the
mankind
end.
as
It's
a
pretty
whole.
depressing. But the
And because he's that,
Game Boy games, I
he
see
can
the
be partly
terminology
a
as
god,
cart. The cart games,
involved with nature to the point of having
the one
a
that I
mother
played,
in the sea
which was
and
one
an enemy
whole
in the river.
round of Advance War 1.
Besides having
there was
other
a very
gods in the
immediately
sky,
obvious turtling
directly
problem
interested in
for
him and what
whoever
he's
gets
doing.
caught on the losing side,
And
where they
because
could
with all his superhuman
defend
strength,
the last
he's
line
still up against
for
something he can't
a ridiculous
understand.
amount of time
There's an
against
ironic perspective
an
too.
overwhelming force, and neither player
Nobody
could really do
cares
anything
now
fun
about
for the
the
last
historical
8
Achilles,
turns or so.
if there ever was one. But the mythical Achilles reflects a part of our own lives. Let's leave this for a bit and turn to the question of imagery. What happens when a poet, say, uses an image, an object in nature, like a flock of sheep or a field of flowers? If he does use them, he's clearly going to make a poetic use of them. They're going to become poetic sheep and poetic flowers, absorbed and digested by literature, set out in literary language and inside literary conventions. What you never get in literature are just the sheep that nibble the grass or just the flowers that bloom in the spring. There's always some literary reason for using them, and that means something in human life that they correspond to or represent or resemble. This correspondence of the natural and the human is one of the things that the word symbol means. So we can say that whenever a writer uses an image,
how well
or
does this
object
play
from
on
the
mobile
world around
devices?
him, he's made it a symbol. There are several ways of doing this. Besides literature, there are all the verbal structures of practical sense: religion, morality, science, philosophy. And one of the things literature does is to illustrate them, putting their abstract ideas into concrete images and situations. When it does this deliberately, we have what we call allegory, where the writer is saying, more or less, I don't really mean sheep. I mean something political or religious when I say sheep. I think of sheep because I've just heard on the radio someone singing an aria from a Bach cantata, which begins, "Sheep may safely graze where a good shepherd is watching." This was on a program of religious music, so I suppose somebody must have assumed that the sheep meant Christians and the good shepherd Christ. They easily could have meant that, although by an accident, this particular cantata happens to be a secular one, written in honor of the birthday of some German princeling, so the good shepherd is really the prince, and the sheep are his taxpayers. But the sheep are allegorical sheep, whether the allegory is political or religious, and if they're allegorical, they're literary. A more common way of indicating that an image is literary is by allusion to something else in literature. Literature tends to be very allusive, and the central things in literature.
What should I do with
Greek
this
and
guy?
Roman classics, the Bible, Shakespeare,
Run away.
Milton, are echoed over and over again. To take a simple example.
That's it. That's my
many of you
turn.
will
That was
know
my whole
G.K.
turn.
Chesterton's poem of
My
the Donkey,
1 minute
which
and
describes
35
how
second
ungainly
turn.
and ridiculous a beast he is, but that he doesn't care because, as the poem concludes, I also had my hour, one far fierce hour of sleep. There was a shout about my ears and palms before my feet. The reference to Palm Sunday is not incidental to the poem, but the whole point of the poem.
Jesus
And we
Christ.
can't read the poem at all until we've placed the reference. In other poems, we get references to classical poets, as in Yeats's sonnet on Leda and the Swan.
He had a whole nother zero of value over me.
There, the broken wall, the
Good
burning
God.
roof and tower, and Agamemnon.
What is this?
dead.
4 infantry, 1 tank.
This elusiveness in
Oh, that's
literature
how
is
many
significant
kills I got.
because
I
it
see,
shows
I see.
what
Okay.
we've been saying
Okay.
all along.
Okay.
in
Let's
literature,
play a
you
more
don't
reasonable
just
game
read
against
one poem
one
or
of these
novel
tutorial
after
guys
another,
will go easy on me,
but
right?
enter into a complete
Most people
world
resign when it starts to
of
doom
which
spiral.
every work
That's a
of
war
literature
crime
forms
killing
part.
that guy. What
This
did we
affects the
learn?
writer as much as it does
How
the
to
reader.
avoid misclicks and how the
Many
interface
people
works.
think that the
Extremely
original
basic
writer
things
is
that I'll
always directly
never have to
inspired
deal
by
with
life,
again.
and that only commonplace
Messages.
or
What?
derivative writers get inspired by
Oh,
books.
hey, look who it is.
That's nonsense.
Who's
The only
who's it gonna be?
inspiration worth having is
I
an
think-
inspiration that clarifies the form of what's being written, and that's more likely to come from something that already has a literary
Oh
form.
man, I have to pick.
We don't often
Someone
find
wants to play.
that a
Oh
poem
God,
depends
I'm
completely
sorry.
on
It's
an
gonna be
allusion,
Soul for Rent
as
first.
Chesterton's poem does. But
The game
allusiveness
password is
runs
1,
all
2, 3.
through
Okay.
our literary experience.
Oh, the game's already finished. That's
If
good.
we don't know the Bible and the
Replay value
central
does not
stories
exist
of
for
Greek
loading
and Roman
replays.
literature, we can still
Why
read
is my
books and
indie
see
all
plays,
sad?
but our knowledge of
I
literature
didn't
can't
invite you.
grow,
LOL. Pick my. Wait,
just as
what?
our knowledge of
But it
mathematics
says
can't
messages.
grow
Game
if we don't
invite
learn the
from Soul for
multiplication
Rent.
table. Here we touch on an
Maybe you
educational problem
canceled them after
of
the
what should
fact.
be read
Okay,
when
I'll do the Marlowe
that
one.
we'll have to come back to later.
See how this goes. Oh, was there a password? Game password is Super
I
Bunny Up.
said
Okay.
last day that there's nothing new in literature that isn't the old reshaped. The latest thing in
have
drama
any
is the
control over
theater of
that.
the absurd, a completely wacky form of writing.
Is the
where
password
anything
already
goes,
in there?
and there are no rational rules. In one of these plays, Ionesco's La Chauve Cantatrice,
Verdun? What?
Mr. and Mrs. Martin are talking.
I don't know how I feel about
think they
Advance
must have
Wars
seen each other
game
before
maps
and
having the
discovered
names of
that they
real
traveled in
actual
the same train that
battles.
morning, that they have the
This
same
is it is
name and
the
address,
most
in the
aesthetically
same
dissonant
bedroom,
game
and both
ever.
have a 2-year-old daughter named Alice.
Game's waiting to start. Join
Eventually,
this
Mr.
one.
Martin
Go?
decides that he must be talking
yeah,
to his
I guess I'm
long-lost
ready.
wife, Elizabeth. This
Go to
scene is
join,
built on
ready,
2 of the
drop
solidest
out.
conventions in
Is
literature.
this the right screen I should be looking at?
One is the ironic situation
Tell you
in
what
which
the UI
2 people
means.
are
Battlefield
intimately
1 did
related
it.
and yet
Or are
know
you playing
nothing
on a
about
fog
each
map
other.
without fog?
The other is the ancient
It gives
and
you the
often very
vibe.
corny device that critics call a recognition scene, where the long-lost son and heir turns up from Australia in the last act. What makes the UNESCO scene funny
Am I doing
is the
anything
fact
wrong?
that it's a parody
Am I
or
looking at the right
takeoff
screen?
of these familiar
correct
conventions.
screen.
The allusiveness of literature is part of its symbolic quality. Its
Right,
capacity
okay, the
to
last map
absorb
I played was
everything
called
from natural or
Dysphoria
human
Doc.
life into its own
I mean, that could
imaginative
be
body.
a few things, but I hope it's not some kind of like
Another well-known poem, Wordsworth's "I Wandered Lonely as a
transphobic
Cloud,"
hate thing
tell
that I
how
might have
Wordsworth
stumbled
sees
into.
a
You
field
can
of
never be
daffodils,
too on guard
and
when it
then
comes to
finds
internet
later
gamers like this, right?
They
You're on the
flash
right
upon
screen.
that
Okay, that's
inward
good. I haven't
eye,
started the match
which
yet.
is the bliss of solitude, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances,
let's-
turns up from all Mr. and
Let's enjoy Northrop Frye's insightful.
This scene is built on
takes
2 of the solidest
on
conventions in
literature.
literature. One is the ironic situation in which 2 people are intimately related and yet know nothing about each other. The other is the ancient and often very corny device that critics call a recognition scene, where the long-lost son and heir turns up from Australia in the last act. What makes the UNESCO scene funny is the fact that it's a parody or takeoff of these familiar conventions. The allusiveness of literature is part of its symbolic quality, its capacity to absorb everything from natural or human life into its own imaginative body. Another well-known poem, Wordsworth's I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud, tells how Wordsworth sees a field of daffodils and then finds later they flash upon that
Pick
inward
a low
eye,
tier so
which is
George
the bliss
doesn't
of
get
solitude,
wrecked.
and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances.
I don't know
with
what that
daffodils.
means. A low tier CO?
The
I don't
flowers
think
become
it's
poetic
supposed to be
flowers
so
as soon as
strategically
they're
unbalanced
identified with
that
the human mind.
that the
Here we have an
CO is
image
going to
from the
determine
natural
whether or not you
world,
get wrecked. No
a
half
field of
measures.
daffodils.
Refresh the page.
It's
What's
enclosed
this
inside
refreshing the
human
page?
mind, which puts it
Okay, I
into the
refreshed
world
the
of
page, but
imagination,
I'm not seeing
and the sense of
join
human
this one,
vision
George.
and
I'll click
emotion
join this one, George.
radiating from the daffodils, so to speak, is what
What am I
gives
looking
them
at?
their poetic magic.
The soldiers look different than I'm
The
used to.
human mind is Wordsworth's
This map looks
individual mind
silly.
at
What
first,
is this? What is this building?
but as soon as he writes a
Is that
poem,
an
it becomes
HQ?
our minds too. There is
Oh,
no
it's because they
self-expression
had
in
me set to
Wordsworth's
the
poem,
pink country
because
that I've
once
never
the
played
poem
before.
is there, the individual Wordsworth
I
has
guess that's the
disappeared.
HQ. Okay.
The general principle
I guess this one's
involved
my
is
HQ.
that there
It's
is
hard
really no such
for my
thing as
eyeballs to tell the difference
self-expression in
between the shade of
literature.
white and the shade of pink they're using.
In other words, it
That is
isn't
an
just
HQ.
the
Okay, good to
historical
know.
figure who gets taken
Okay,
over by
also
literature.
the timer
The
here,
poet
7
gets taken
hours
over
and 23
too.
minutes and 57 seconds. Am I
As we
reading
said
that
in our
right?
first talk, the poet as a person is no wiser or better a man than anyone else. He's a man with a special craft of putting words together, but he may have no claim on our attention beyond that.
I don't see a
Most
lot of
the
interesting
well-known
things I
poets
can do on the
have
first
well-known
turn.
lives,
Do I own this
and
base?
some of them, like Byron,
The color blindness
have
is
had
kind of
some
hampering me
highly
here.
publicized love affairs.
I'm having a hard time telling the
But
difference
it's only
between
for
white and pink.
incidental interest.
I mean, the
that
shade
we
of white they're
relate what
using
a
is really
poet
kind of a
writes to
gray
his own
anyway.
life.
So
Byron
both of
wrote a
those
poem
bases
to a
are
maid
owned
of
by me.
Athens, and there really was a maid of
Yeah,
Athens,
this guy can't do anything
a
interesting.
12-year-old girl.
Wait, what about the airport? Is that
price,
owned by
set
me?
by her
No, it's
mother,
not. The guy's going
was
to capture the
30,000
airport.
piastres, which Byron refused to pay.
Okay, why can't I bring up the menu, the base
Wordsworth
menu?
wrote
I'm
some
clicking
lovely
on.
poems about a girl named Lucy.
Oh, because I
but he made
didn't
Lucy
own
up.
that. What the fuck?
But Lucy is just as real
Okay,
as the maid
okay,
of
it's
Athens.
fine. I'm figuring it out. I got it.
With some poets, with Milton, for example.
Wait, this isn't going to
we
be fair.
feel
You're
that
going to
here
hear
is
me
a
thinking
great
about my
man who happened to
strategy.
be a poet, but would still have been great whatever he
Want
did.
to remake? No, it's fine.
With other equally great poets,
I did not own the
including
bottom right
Homer and
bases. One of those
Shakespeare,
was
we
unowned.
feel only that they
Can't
were
you change
great
colors
poets.
mid-game? Oh, maybe.
We know nothing about Homer. Some people think there were two Homers, or a
Thank
committee of
you.
Homers.
Beautiful.
We think of a blind old man, but we get that
All
notion
right,
from
problem
one
solved.
of Homer's characters. We know nothing about Shakespeare, except a signature or two, a few addresses, a will, a baptismal register, and the picture of a man who is clearly an idiot. We relate the poems and plays and novels we read and see, not to the men who wrote them, nor even directly to ourselves. We relate them to each other. Literature is a world that we try to build up and enter at the same time. Wordsworth's poem is useful because it's one of those poems that tell you what the poet thinks he's trying to do. Here's another poem that tells you nothing, but just gives you the image. Blake's The Sick Rose. O rose, thou art sick, the invisible worm that flies in the night in the howling storm has found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. The author of a recent book on Blake says he gave this poem to a class of 60 students and asked them to explain what it meant. 59 of them turned the poem into an allegory. The 60th was a student of horticulture who thought Blake was talking about plant disease. Now, whenever you try to explain what any poem means, you're bound to turn it into an allegory to some extent. There's no way out of that. Blake isn't talking about plant disease, but about something human. And as soon as you explain his roles and
words,
Let's
get interesting
you
now.
have to translate them into some aspect of human life and feeling.
The first few turns were not very exciting, but now I see a lot more options opened up to me.
To the poem. But the poem is not really an allegory, and so you can't feel that any explanation is adequate. Its eloquence and power and magic get away from all explanations. And if it's not allegorical, it's not allusive either. You can think of Eve in the Garden of Eden, standing naked among the flowers, herself a fairer flower, as Milton says, and being taught by the serpent that her nakedness and the love that went with it ought to be something dark and secret. This allusion, perhaps, does help you to understand the poem better, because it leads you toward the center of Western literary imagination.
We just got recon
and
on an enemy
introduces you to the family of things Blake is dealing with. But the poem
I think
doesn't
you're
depend
bluffing
on
me,
the Bible,
Marlowe. I think your recon is
just
just
going to written without the Bible.
Run away as soon as I start chasing it and waste my time.
Thing right.
I'm going to assume you're doing the opposite of whatever you tell
me. When he talked about roses and worms, and not something else.
And how true do you think my dishonest statement was just then?
You simply have to accept a world which is totally symbolic.
You're just going to have to find out and keep guessing, my friend. I'm
sorry.
Roses
and worms are so completely
prepare to get Georged
and possessed by the human mind.
I want to unload.
Whatever
I don't want
goes
to
on
wait.
Between them is identical with something going on in human life.
I want to unload. I don't want to wait. Do I need to refresh?
Remember that Theseus, in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, remarked,
I want to move the APC next to the city and have it dump out the soldier when it arrives. Let's do something with some other soldiers
Theseus
first.
is not a literary critic. He's an amiable stuffed shirt. But just the same, his remark has an important truth in it. The lunatic and the lover are trying to identify themselves with something. The lover with his mistress, the lunatic with whatever he's obsessed with. Primitive people also try to identify themselves with totems or animals or spirits.
Oh yeah, Northrop Frye is going to use some terminology
that's usually a very vague word in criticism.
It's pretty outdated. Okay, unload is a separate command than the wait. So I guess I'm giving the wait command to the APC and the unload command to the infantry is how I should understand the game logic. 1, 2, 3.
The poet, too, is an identifier.
Boop, boop.
Everything he sees in nature, he identifies with human life.
Not quite.
That's why literature, and more particularly poetry, shows the analogy to primitive minds that I mentioned in my first
Yeah,
talk.
I got it.
The difference is more important. Magic and primitive religion are forms of belief. Lunacy and love are forms of experience or action. Belief and action are closely related, because what a man really believes is what his actions show that he believes. In belief, you're continually concerned with questions of truth or
what
reality.
A man really believes is what his actions show him to believe.
Say, this is so.
I'm going to hold on to that one.
But literature, we remember, never makes any statements of that kind. What the poet and novelist say is more like, let's assume this situation. So there can never be any religion of poetry or any set of beliefs founded on literature. When we stop believing in a religion, as the Roman world stopped believing in Jupiter and Venus, its gods become literary characters and go back to the world of imagination. But a belief itself can only be replaced by another belief. Writers, of course, have their own beliefs, and it's natural to feel a special affection for the ones who seem to see things the same way we do. But we all know, or soon realize, that a writer's real greatness lies elsewhere. The world of the imagination is a world of unborn or embryonic beliefs. If you believe what you read in literature, you can, quite literally, believe anything. So, you may ask, what is the use of studying a world of imagination?
I don't want to spend all my money for
once. Where anything is possible and anything can be assumed, where there are no rights or wrongs, and all arguments are equally good. One of the most obvious uses, I think, is its encouragement of tolerance. In the imagination, our own beliefs are also only possibilities. But we can also see the
I feel like the movement
possibilities
ranges
in
are
the beliefs of
bigger than I
others.
expect.
Bigots
By
and
maybe
fanatics
one
seldom have
tile,
any
not
use for
exactly
the
a
art,
huge night and day difference,
because
but
they're
it feels
so
bigger than what I'm used to.
preoccupied with their
Maybe it's
beliefs
because
in
on this
action
web version I don't
that
have
they
to
can't
scroll
see them
the
as also
edges of the map at
possibilities.
all.
One can, of course, go to the other extreme.
So you have the effect of the
and
map
become a
looking smaller
dilettante,
than you're used
so
to on Game Boy,
bemused by
but your movement
possibilities
ranges
that one
maybe
has
feeling
no
bigger than
convictions or
you're
power
used
to
to on
act
Game
at all.
Boy.
But such people are much less common than bigots, and in our world much less dangerous. What produces the tolerance is the power of
I don't think
detachment in the
Recon's
imagination, where
one-shot
things are removed
infantry, though.
just
They at
out
least
of reach
have
of
a few
belief and
survivors
action.
left over, don't they?
Experience is nearly always
Let's bring
commonplace.
that damage
The
calculator
present
up.
is not
There it
romantic
is.
in the way that
No,
the past
what?
is,
Okay.
and ideals
Damage
and great visions
calculator.
have a way of becoming shoddy and
Marlowe,
squalid in
who is this
practical life.
girl Marlowe's playing as? This
Literature
girl
reverses this process.
using a recon
When
against
experience
an
is
infantry
removed
on
from
my
us a
boy.
bit, as
Is
the experience
42 to
of the Napoleonic
47.
War is, and Tolstoy's War
Yeah, I
and Peace,
think it's a two-shot, not a
there's a
one-shot, isn't
tremendous
it?
increase of dignity
And that's actually
and
less of a
exhilaration.
two-shot than I thought. I thought it would hit for 60 to
I
70,
mentioned
not
Tolstoy
40,
because
40
he'd be the
42 to
last writer
47.
to try to glamorize the war
Oh,
itself,
let me give them
or
less
pretend
defense.
that its
Yeah,
horror wasn't
that's
horrible.
okay. In any
There
case,
is an
yeah, I
element
got it.
of
I'm
illusion,
picturing my
even in War
strat.
and Peace, but the illusion gives us a reality that isn't in the actual experience of the war itself. The reality of proportion and perspective, of seeing what it's all about, that only detachment can give. Literature helps to give us that detachment, and so do history and philosophy and science and everything else worth studying. But literature has something more to give, peculiarly its own. Something as absurd and impossible as the primitive magic it so
I have
closely
13 hours
resembles.
to think about some very funny
The
things I
title
could
of
do
this
here. I
talk,
just need to
Giants
decide
in
whether or
Time,
not doing the
comes
funny
from the
thing
last sentence
is going to pan
of
out
a
for me
great
long
series of
term.
novels by Marcel Proust called À la recherche de temps perdu.
It's very tempting.
Which I
It's so
prefer to
tempting.
translate quite literally. as
Okay, you know
In
what?
Search
I'm a
of
noob.
Lost Time.
I don't know what I'm doing. We're doing the funny thing.
Proust says that our ordinary experience, where everything dissolves into the past, and where we never know what's coming next, can't give us any sense of reality, although we call it real life.
I don't got to worry about your
In
recon's
ordinary
range
experience,
now, do
We're all
I?
in the position of a dog in a library.
All right, now how much money do I
surrounded by
have?
a world of meaning and
I'm
plain
sorry, I like
sight
the idea of
that
Battlecopter
we
better
don't
than Tank
even
right
know
now.
is there.
According to the
Proust tells
the
an
Department of
immense, long
Disinformation from
story
King George here.
that meanders through the
Do
life
not
of
trust a
France
single word I say
from
out
the end
loud
of the 19th century
on this stream.
to the
And by
beginning of
that
the
I mean
First
I'm just
World
going to
War.
tell you my
A
strategy
story
purely
held together by
naked
certain
and
recurring themes and
explicitly out loud.
experiences.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing
Most
here.
of the story is a record of the jealousies and perversions and hypocrisies of real life. But there are
Would not be
occasional
advised. Yeah, I
glimpses
know.
of an ecstasy
Wait,
and
no, I need to
serenity
not trust you.
infinitely beyond
The
them.
disinformation works
At
both
the end
ways,
of the series
right?
of books, Proust explains,
I'm
or at
putting the
least his
APCs on the
narrator
north side
explains,
because they'll be a
how
better
one such
shield, and the
experience
helicopter's on the way on the
takes him
south side. So,
outside his
oh, wait a
ordinary
second.
life
No, I meant to say
and
that our helicopter's
also
broken down.
outside the
We
time
have
he
to
is
send it back
living
to
at
base. Some screwball
what
who
enables him
scored
to
a
write his
D on
book,
their ass fab
because it makes
threw a
it
wrench in the
possible for
motor,
him
and
to look at
yeah,
men
we
not as living
things
from
really aren't
moment
looking
to
good. The
disappearing
war
moment,
effort.
but as giants
George
in life
land
in
is
time.
Georgia, the kingdom of
The
Georgia is
writer
in
is neither a watcher nor
really
a
dire
dreamer.
straits right now, buddy.
Literature does not reflect life, but it doesn't escape or withdraw from life either.
Okay, we got one
It
more
swallows it.
turn on the
And
chopper.
the imagination won't stop
We're good.
until it's
We're
swallowed
good.
everything.
Oh,
No matter
tank,
what
though.
direction we
Interesting.
start off in,
Don't
the
think it's gonna make too
signposts
big of a
of
difference for
literature
me.
always keep pointing the same way,
Do,
to a world where nothing is outside the human imagination. If even time, the enemy of all living things, and to poets at least, the most hated and feared of all tyrants, can be broken down by the imagination, anything can be. We come back to the limit of the imagination, that I referred to in my first talk. A universe entirely possessed and occupied by human life. A city of which the stars are suburbs. Nobody can believe in any such universe.
I'm sorry, Marlo,
literature
but
is not
you're
religion,
playing tic-tac-toe with the babies. Me, on the other hand, I'm playing Dr. Sokoban's big brain 4D block puzzler strategic chess experience here. I see flaws. And wait, no, what am I saying? I see a very intimidating opponent who clearly knows what they're doing. I'm shaking in my boots.
This has been the third of 6 master
and I
lectures
still missed the
entitled
lecture.
The Educated Imagination by Northrop Frye, principal of Victoria College, University of Toronto. The program was presented through the facilities of the International Service of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum bum. I didn't think very hard about that turn. I'm thinking about doing the funny things. Grim is the mean CO. AA, one-shot your infantry and copters. I am aware. AA is not going to be there for a few turns, and it was a pretty high priority for me to trap the recon in the short term. And by that I mean the whole plan's in disarray. We have no communication between our chain of commands. The generals are idiots. The soldiers are idiots. Yeah, we're really shitting the bed here at Georgia Military Command HQ. What's the next Northrop Frye lecture? The second half of part 3 eluded me both times. So actually, let's switch moods.
We'll first go over some basic facts about language. We'll talk about what languages share.
Where were we? 3.5 minutes. Not too much progress lost. This is great fun, by the way. I'm having a blast. Big oof. Yeah. I stopped thinking for some point, and by that I mean
This class today is about language. And
something deceptive, that's what I mean.
Language is to a large extent where the action is. The study of human language has been a battleground over different theories of human nature. So every philosopher or psychologist or humanist or neuroscientist who has ever thought about people has had to make some claim about the nature of language and how it works. I'm including here people like Aristotle and Plato, Hume, Locke, Freud, and Skinner. I'm also including modern-day approaches to computational theory, cognitive neuroscience, evolutionary theory, and cultural psychology. If you hope to make it with a theory of what people are and how people work, you have to explain and talk about language. In fact, language is sufficiently interesting that, unlike most other things I'll talk about,
I think I need to watch a video of someone else deselecting things with more coherency than I've been able to.
That is entirely devoted to studying the nuances and structures of different languages. Now, I'll first, before getting into details, make a definitional point. When I'm talking about language, I'm meaning systems like English and Dutch and Walpuri and Italian and Turkish and Urdu, and what we've seen and heard right now in class in the demonstration that preceded the formal lecture. Now, you could use language in a different sense. You could use the term language to describe what dogs do, or what chimpanzees do, or birds. You could use language to describe music, talk about a musical language, or art, or any communicative system. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's no rule about how you're supposed to use the word language. But the problem is, if you use the word language impossibly, incredibly broadly, then from a scientific point of view, it becomes useless to ask interesting questions about it. If language can refer to just about everything, from English to traffic signals, then we're not going to be able to find interesting generalizations or do good science about it. So what I want to do is I want to discuss a scientific notion of language, at first restricting myself to systems like English and Dutch and American Sign Language and Navajo and so on. Once we've made some generalizations about language in this narrow sense, we could then ask, and we will ask, to what extent do other systems, such as animal communication systems, relate to this narrower definition? So we could ask in this narrow sense, what properties do languages have, and then go on to ask in a broader sense, what other communicative systems also possess those properties? Well, some things are obvious about language. Here are the questions we will ask. This will frame our discussion today. We'll first go over some basic facts about language. We'll talk about what languages share. We'll talk about how language develops. And we'll talk about language and communication in non-humans. I began this class with a demonstration that illustrates two very important facts about language. One is that languages all share some deep and intricate universals. In particular, all languages, at minimum, are powerful enough to convey an abstract notion like this. Abstract in the sense that it talks about thoughts, and it talks about a proposition, and spatial relations and objects. There's no language in the world that you just cannot talk about abstract things with. Every language can do this. But the demonstration also illustrated another fact about language, which is how different languages are. They sound different. If you know one language, you don't necessarily know another. It's not merely that you can't understand it, it could sound strange.
What copter is in AA range? I'm not seeing that.
Sign language. And so any adequate theory of language has to allow for both the commonalities and the differences across languages. And this is the puzzle faced by the psychology and cognitive science of language. Well, let's start with an interesting claim about language made by Charles Darwin. So Darwin writes, "Man has an instinctive tendency to speak, as we see in the babble of our young children, while no child has an instinctive tendency to bake, brew, or write." And what Darwin is claiming here, and it's a controversial and interesting claim, is that language is special, in that there's some sort of propensity or capacity or instinct for language, unlike the other examples he gives. Not everything comes natural to us, but Darwin suggests that language does. Well, why should we believe this? Well, there are some basic facts that support Darwin's claim. For one thing, every human society has language. In the course of traveling, cultures encounter other cultures, and they often encounter cultures that are very different from their own. But through the course of human history, nobody has ever encountered another group of humans that did not have language. Does this show that it's built in? Well, not necessarily. It could be a cultural innovation. It could be, for instance, that language is such a good idea that every culture comes across it and develops it. Just about every culture uses some sort of utensils to eat food with. A knife and a fork, chopsticks, a spoon. This probably is not because use of eating utensils is human nature, but rather it's because it's just a very useful thing that cultures discover over and over again. Well, we know that this probably is not true with regard to language. And one reason we know this is because of the demonstrated case studies where a language is created within a single generation. And these case studies have happened over history. The standard example is people involved in the slave trade. The slave trade revolving around tobacco or cotton or coffee or sugar would tend to mix slaves and laborers from different language backgrounds, in part deliberately so as to avoid the possibility of revolt. What would happen is these people who were enslaved from different cultures would develop a makeshift communication system so they could talk to one another. And this is called a pidgin, P-I-D-G-I-N, a pidgin. And this pidgin was how they would talk. And this pidgin was not a language. It was strings of words borrowed from the different languages around them and put together in sort of haphazard ways. The question is, what happens to the children who are raised in this society? I'm so fucking tired of whatever Airbnb assholes stomping on the floor above me. And you might expect that they would come to speak a pidgin, but they don't. What happens is, in the course of a single generation, they develop their own language. They create a language with rich syntax and morphology and phonology.
I really would like to deselect more elegantly than I've been. That's the one thing I feel like I'm really missing so far.
And this language that they create is called a Creole.
In terms of basic
and languages that we know now as Creoles, the word refers back to their history. That means that they were developed from pigeons. And this is interesting because this suggests that to some extent the ability to use and understand and learn language is part of human nature. It doesn't require an extensive cultural history. Rather, just about any normal child, even when not exposed to a full-fledged language, can create a language. And more recently, there's been case studies of children who acquire sign language. There's a wonderful case of Nicaraguan sign language, where they acquire sign language from adults who themselves are not versed in sign language. They're sort of second language learners struggling along. What you might have expected would be the children would then use whatever system their adults use. But they don't. They Creolize it. They take this makeshift communication system developed by adults, and again, they turn it into a full-blown language, suggesting that to some extent it's part of our human nature to create languages. Also, every normal human has language. Not everybody in this room can ride a bicycle. Not everybody in this room can play chess. But everybody possesses at least one language, and everybody started to possess at least one language when they were a child. There are exceptions, but the exceptions come about due to some sort of brain damage. Any neurologically normal human will come to possess a language. What else do we know? Well, the claim that language is part of human nature is supported by neurological studies, some which were referred to in the chapter on the brain that you read earlier, that talk about dedicated parts of the brain that work for language. And if parts of these brains, if these parts of the brain are damaged, you get language deficits or aphasias, where you might lose the ability to understand or create language. More speculatively, there's been some fairly recent work studying the genetic basis of language, looking at the genes that are directly responsible for the capacity to learn and use language. And one bit of evidence that these genes are implicated is that some unfortunate people have point mutations in these genes, and such people are unable to learn and use language. So, in general, there's some support, at least at a very broad level, for the claim that language is in some sense part of human nature. Well, what do we mean by language? What are we talking about when we talk about language? We don't want to restrict ourselves, for instance, to English or French. What do all languages share? Well, all languages are creative. And this means a couple of things. One meaning is the meaning emphasized by René Descartes. When René Descartes argued that we are more than merely machines, his best piece of evidence for him was the human capacity for language. No machine could do this because our capacity for language is unbounded and free. We could say anything we choose to say. We have free will. And in fact, language allows us to produce a virtual infinity of sentences. So we could create and understand sentences we never heard before. And there are a lot of sentences. So if you want to estimate how many grammatical sentences under 20 words in English, the answer is a lot. And what this means is that any theory of language use and language comprehension cannot simply appeal to a list. When you understand a sentence I said, you have to have the capacity to understand a sentence even if you've never heard it before. And this is because we could effortlessly produce and understand sentences that no human has ever said before on Earth. Would anybody volunteer to say a sentence, non-obscene, non-derogatory, that has never been spoken before on Earth, ever? Here, I'll start. It's surprisingly easy to get a purple tie on eBay if you don't care much about quality. I can imagine no one else in the world has said this before.
I don't know. Growing up on the internet has me assuming that that's at least been said once before. I am upset that one cannot easily
download Buffy the Vampire Slayer through iTunes.
We're living in a world of AI language-trained modules working off of millions of posts that have been made.
You probably have not heard them, but you understand them immediately. So how do you do it? Well, you have rules. You have rules in your head. You've learned what the words mean.
No.
But you have abstract and unconscious rules that take these words, figure out the order, and in a fraction of a second, give rise to understanding. And that's the sort of thing linguists study. So take some standard examples from the linguistic study of English. And bear in mind, the rules we're talking about here are not rules you explicitly know. They're automatic rules of the same sort we're going to talk about in the context of visual perception, in that they're implicit and unconscious and not accessible to explicit understanding. So for instance, immediately you read, "The pig is eager to eat," versus "the pig is easy to eat." And in a fraction of a second, you know there's an important difference. The pig is eager to eat means the state of affairs that we're talking about is when the pig does the eating. The pig is easy to eat is when the pig is being eaten. You see a sentence like, "Bill knew that John liked him." And you know, without even knowing how you know, that this could mean that Bill knew that John liked Bill. Or it could mean that Bill knew that John liked Fred, but it can't mean that Bill knew that John liked John.
I guess we should have blocked the retreat.
Interpretation fact is that Bill knew that John liked Bill.
There should have been one extra guy on one of the western squares to sacrifice.
Contrast that with Bill knew that John liked himself, which only has the meaning Bill knew that John liked John.
Ah, damn. Should I just resign now? What's the point?
So if you hear me talking about this thing, I want to spend the next 40 years of my life studying that, you should become a linguist. But that's the sort of,
I felt really proud of myself for coming up with a trap move that worked for at least 2 turns.
Now, it gets more complicated. Those are examples from syntax. But language has many structures. Language has structures going from the bottom to the top. All languages, all human languages, have phonology, which is the system of sounds or signs. Morphology, which is a system of words or morphemes, basic units of meaning.
One more turn and
syntax,
I'll delete some stuff.
Which
No,
don't
principles
that put
on your baby gloves. I'll get there eventually. This has been a lot of fun.
And I want to talk
I don't want to feel like
about each of these 3 parts of language.
You're wrapping me in a diaper or anything. Come on,
come
on.
To Steven Pinker's excellent book, The Language Instinct, which provides, I think, a superb discussion of these phenomena. And I'm going to steal some of my examples.
Oh wait, no, I see what's going on. I'm not that bad off.
Phonology.
Yet.
Phonology is
I guess I got to load up on tanks
that languages have. There's a subset, there's a finite list of possible sounds that language can use. I'm going to put aside for the moment the question of sign languages and how they work. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. The idea is that English has about 40 of these phonemes. So if you're a native monolingual speaker of English, you hear speech, and each sound you hear is categorized as falling into one of those 40 phonemes. So for example, English has a phoneme of L, and a phoneme of R. And so an English speaker can hear the difference between lip and rip. And that corresponds to 2 different words in English. Other languages don't have that distinction. And so those distinctions are very difficult for non-native English speakers to learn. So part of what goes on when you learn is you have to learn the language, the phonemes that your language has. Another part of the problem of learning language is you have to figure out what the boundaries are between the words. You have to use sound signals to figure out the boundaries between the words.
Okay, I don't know what that means. What does base skip mean?
If the only language you've ever heard is English,
with the APCs.
That's going to seem like a really weird
try to make a unit out of
problem.
every faction.
Because
Yeah,
you're
that's advice
listening
that
to
the
me
YouTuber
speak,
gave,
and
but
in
it's
between
now,
each of
it
my
seemed
words, you're
really
hearing a
impractical
pause.
for a couple turns at
You don't have
least,
to be
where I
very
had
smart to figure
$2,000
out
left
where one word
and
begins
no
and
immediate
one
usage
word
for an
ends.
infantry. I
But
would
the
have wanted
pause
to
is a
save those money for
psychological
tanks.
illusion.
I
If you were to
neglected to
talk
build
into
tanks during some of the earlier
oscilloscope
turns. Those
that measured your
$2,000
sound
left over at the end of a
vibrations,
turn
there are
would
no
have gone.
pauses between the words.
In my mind, it does seem like it would have been
Rather,
better
the pauses are
saving that
inserted
money
by
for
your
a tank
mind.
than spending it on two infantry.
As you already know where one word begins and another one ends, and you
I don't
insert
know
a
what to do
pause
now.
at that
Wait,
point.
no, what am I saying? Everything's
you could
going
see
perfect.
this
It's wonderful.
when you hear a
Georgia's
language
a great
you don't already
place to
know.
live.
So for
And
those of
our
you who have never
military's
heard
doing a great
French
job
before,
of managing
when
the
you hear
war.
somebody say "je ne sais pas," you could say, "Remarkable. French has no pauses between words." And now a French speaker, of course, hears "je ne sais pas." For Hebrew, I know one sentence in Hebrew, which I think is a request for the bathroom. But if you don't know Hebrew, there's no pauses. And the truth is, when you each gave your demonstrations, nobody spoke properly. Because nobody
I can
spoke.
combine
Here's
them.
the
Oh my
sentence.
gosh, I can
Pendle,
fill up the
smug,
whole
wiggle.
map with the enemy's
Rather,
total
you all
movement
sounded like
range.
without any pauses. Because
okay.
I don't know your languages. Children
da,
come into
da,
the
da.
world without knowing any specific language. And so they have to learn
Wow, that looks pretty shit for
pauses.
me.
They have to learn to interpret sounds in context. And sometimes they make mistakes. They get problems of segmentation. And there's some illustrations
much
you
as
can
I would
see
love
the
to just tear
mistakes
through them all with
if they're trying
AAs
to
or,
repeat back
recons,
something that's already known within a society.
their own
so songs are a
AAs
good
are gonna
example.
slow that effort
These are
down.
excerpts from children. I'll never be your pizza burnin'. Anybody know, figure out what that corresponds to? Beast of burden, very good. A girl with colitis goes by. Somebody? The answer, my friends, they're blowing in the wind. And
Hang on a minute. Let me take a look at that again. Okay.
And this is a religious one. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Lead us not into Penn Station. Now, phonological understanding illustrates all sorts of aspects of language processing, and in fact of consciousness. Because remember I said that typically when you hear a sentence, you manufacture in your mind gaps between the words. Typically, when there's something which is unclear, you'll fill in the gap and figure out what the word is, and you'll hear it that way. So there's a few examples. The best examples, again,
with the
are for when it goes
APCs
wrong.
kind of seems incompatible.
So a classic example
There's a lot of space we gotta move
is from the song
very
Super
quickly.
Freak by
and getting
Rick
a
James.
supply chain going of APCs.
I got a
making
big
trips
lecture about
back and forth
copyright
seems like it
laws,
would've been a
and,
good
and this
idea.
is going to violate most
But I
of
was
them.
tempted to do the funny thing and use them
Rick James
to
is going to be
trap
sitting
a recon unit
staring
in
at the
the
web
early
2 years
game.
from now saying, hey, that's my thing. Okay, so I want you to listen to this line. I'm sure most of you have heard this before, but I want you to listen closely. What was that last line? The kind of girl you read about. Well, it turns out that nobody really knows. And it sounds to many people who do top-down interpretation, as to me as well, that she's the kind of girl you read about in Newsweek magazine. But that makes no sense at all, given that you don't want to bring home to mama, and it's not the. And in fact, if you check the notes on the song, she's in fact the kind of girl you read about in New Wave magazines. Now, when you listen to it then, again, knowing that, you hear it that way. Now, this is known as top-down processing. Top-down processing is an example of when you know what something is, you hear it that way. And this is extremely useful when it comes to filling in gaps in sounds. In normal conversation, if I'm to say a sentence, you won't hear that as cough, Rather, you hear sentence. You fill in the gap. This can lead to problems. The problem it's led to in my life revolves around the song Get Crunk. Because I heard Get Crunk, and my children asked me if I would buy them Get Crunk from iTunes. My children are 8 and 10. And now Get Crunk, as I was aware from having heard it before, involves a consistent refrain of Get Crunk, extremely bad word. Get Crunk, extremely bad word. And so I said no. And then they said, well, there's a clean version up. So I downloaded the clean version. Unfortunately, knowing what the clean version, knowing what the word is, means to me the clean version is not very clean. Now, I will add. Before people.
Wait, what was that?
I will add. Version is not very clean. Now, I will add. Before people write letters and stuff, this is the clean version. Thank goodness they took away that obscene word. Okay.
I'm guessing they're skipping it for copyright on YouTube.
So top-down processing affects how we hear things. Usually, almost always for the better.
For the better.
And in fact, this is a theme we're going to return to next class when we talk about vision. Because the same thing is going to happen there.
Q here?
How we see the world is often confusing and befuddled. But what we know can clear things up. Same with sound. Morphology is the next level up. Phonology is sounds. Morphology is
don't
words.
coddle me, Marlo. Don't coddle.
Human language uses this amazing trick described by Ferdinand de Saussure, the great linguist, as the arbitrariness of the sign. And what this means is we can take any arbitrary idea in the world, the idea of a chair or a story or a country, and make a sound or a sign to connect to it. And the link is arbitrary. I mean, you might choose to use a word for dog as woof woof because it sounds like a dog. But you can't use a word for country that sounds like a country. You could use a sign language thing for drink that looks sort of like the act of drinking. But you can't use a sign language word for country that looks like a country, or for idea that looks like an idea. So the way languages work is it allows for arbitrary naming. It allows for this map between a symbol, say a spoken word, and any sort of thought we want to use. And those arbitrary mappings, as we come to learn,
advise
make
against
up the
buying
vocabulary
any artillery, by the way. I'm still seeing, I feel naked without artillery.
I'm talking about words, but the more technical
in my mind's
term
eye,
is morpheme.
Opportunities where it would work.
Is the smallest meaningful
I think I'm
unit
also seeing him go
language.
easy on me and not rush straight in.
Now, often this is the same thing as a word. So dog is a word, and dog is also a morpheme. But not always. Because there are single morphemes, and then there are words that are composed of many morphemes. So dogs and complained are one word, but two morphemes. And what this means is,
why did I buy a Recon?
You make the word by putting together two morphemes. To put it differently, in order to know what dogs means, you never had to learn the word dogs. All you had to know is the word dog and the plural morpheme s, and you could put them together to create a word. How many morphemes does the average speaker know? The answer is fairly startling. The average speaker knows, as a lowball estimate, about 60,000 words.
How many words
I think the proper estimate is closer to 80,000 or 100,000. What this means, if you average it out, is that since children start learning their first words at about their first year of life, they learn about 9 new words a day.
Oh my goodness.
And it's not a continuous
that sounds exhausting.
9 words every day. It goes up and down depending on the age. But still, the amount of words we know is staggering. How many of you know more than one language pretty fluently? Those of you who know other languages might have in your heads 200,000 words or 300,000 words. And you're accessing them in a fraction of a second. It can legitimately be seen as one of the most astonishing things that people do. Finally, syntax. So we have the sound system of a language, the phonology. We have the words of a language, the morphology. But all that gives you is dog, cup, chair, house, story,
Where did
idea.
the other AA go?
That won't allow us to communicate
Weren't there 2 of them I was worried about
ideas.
a while ago?
So the final step in the
Did
story
you delete
is
it?
syntax.
Did you
And
delete that when I wasn't
refers to those
looking?
rules and principles that allow us to combine words into phrases and
I'm
phrases
still
into
not seeing
sentences.
any way to break through
And
this without
syntax
artillery.
uses another neat trick.
How do you do this
And
without
this is
artillery?
defined by
Are you just supposed
Wilhelm
to save up
von
money for a
Humboldt
bomber instead?
as the
How are you
infinite
supposed to
use
save up money for a
of
bomber if
finite
you're
media.
supposed to buy something at every
here's the
single base
question.
every single turn?
Your
How do you
vocabulary
save
is
up money
finite.
long term like that?
There's
How
just
do
so many
what?
words. You have to learn them one by one.
I have issues with the YouTube tutorial.
But you could produce a virtual infinity of sentences. How can you do that? How can you go from a finite list of symbols to an infinite number of sentences? And the answer is, you have a combinatorial system.
I can't. There's no
Now,
way to
language
do
is
it.
not the only thing in culture or
Could I
nature that
trap
has
them
this sort of
with the
combinatorial
APCs?
system. Music also has a combinatorial system.
Well, it
There's a
worked for
finite
one
number of
whole
notes,
turn
but a limitless
before
number of
everything
musical
no longer
compositions.
worked again.
DNA also has this sort of combinatorial system, where you have a finite number of, I guess, bases or amino acids that could combine
I don't
to a
know how right
possible
the YouTube
infinity
tutorial was. I
of
really want a
strings,
rocket right now.
of DNA
like just
strings.
one rocket right there would be really nice to
So
have.
how does this happen? Well, the infinity mechanism, and many of you will be familiar with this from mathematics or computer science, is recursion. And there's a lot to be said about this, but it can be pretty simply illustrated in language. So here's an example of a simple language. It's actually close to how linguists describe normal languages, but it's very simple. It has 3 nouns, Fred, Barney, and Wilma, and 2 verbs, thinks and likes. It's a very simple language. And 1 rule. And the way to read this rule is, you make a sentence by taking a noun, any noun, putting a verb after it, and then following that verb with a noun. Now, when you do this, how many, and then so for instance, you get the sentence, Fred likes Wilma. When you do this, how many possible sentences are there? Let me just take a second. Okay, any guesses? 18. The sentences are Fred likes Fred, Fred likes Barney, Fred likes Wilma, Fred thinks Fred, Fred thinks Barney, Fred thinks Wilma, and so on. The 3 nouns followed by any of the 2 verbs, followed by any of the 3 nouns. That is not a very interesting language. But now, take a more complicated language. Same vocabulary, the same 3 nouns, the same 2 verbs, the same sentence. But now one other sentence. This sentence expands to a noun followed by a verb, followed by a sentence. And there you get recursion. You have one rule invoking another rule. And then you can get a sentence like, Fred thinks Barney likes Wilma. And here you get a potential infinity of sentences. And this is obviously a toy example. But you could see the use of recursion in everyday life and in everyday use of language. You could say, John hates cheese. My roommate heard a rumor that John hates cheese. It disturbed Mary when I told her that my roommate heard a rumor that John hates cheese. I was amazed that it disturbed Mary when I told her that my roommate heard a rumor that John hates cheese. Professor Bloom devoted way too much of his lecture talking about how I was amazed that it disturbed Mary when I told her that my roommate heard a rumor that John hates cheese. It really bothered me that, and there's no limit. There's no longest sentence. You could keep producing a sentence deeper and deeper embedded until you die. And this is part of the power of language. Now, the syntactic rules are complicated. And one of the puzzles of syntactic rules, or one of the issues of them, is that different rules can conspire to create the same sentence. So you take a sentence like, this is a classic line from Groucho Marx, I once shot an elephant in my pajamas. How it got into my pajamas, I'll never know. And the humor, such that it is, revolves around the ambiguity of rules that generate it like this versus like this. Often, to illustrate issues of ambiguity, people have collected poorly thought out headlines and newspaper reports that play on, that inadvertently have ambiguity. Complaints about NBA referees growing ugly. That's the beauty of that structure. Kids make nutritious snacks. No one was injured in a blast, which was attributed to the buildup of gas by one town official. Last summer, I was in Seoul visiting Korea University, and the big headline there on the front page was, "General arrested for fondling privates." Now, there actually is, ambiguity is actually quite difficult to avoid in the construction and understanding of sentences. It's one of the ways in which it's often difficult to write clearly. And in fact, there's a whole subfield of the law involving the use of linguistic theory to disambiguate sentences, both in the Constitution, in legislation, as well as in some criminal cases. And there was, several years ago, a very serious criminal case that rested on a sentence. And here's what happened. There were two brothers, one of them retarded, and they get into a robbery, and a police officer sees them and points the gun at them, and one of the brothers points a gun at the police officer. The police officer shouts for the brother, the non-retarded brother, to drop the gun. Actually said, "Give me the gun." The retarded brother shouted, "Let him have it." Whereupon the brother shot and killed a police officer. Now, the brother who did the shooting was plainly a murderer. What about that brother who shouted, "Let him have it"? Well, it depends on on how you interpret that sentence, because the sentence is beautifully ambiguous. It could mean, shoot him, let him have it. Or it could mean, give him the gun, let him have it. And in fact, a trial, which I think somebody could, if people of this know about this, please send me an email. My understanding was he was found guilty.
Of
a lot
course.
to turn on the ambiguity of a sentence. I want to shift now and talk about where does all this knowledge come from. But I'll stop and answer any
made
questions.
2 tanks and an imp without looking at your message, by the way.
What are your questions? Yes? Syntax, the question is, how is syntax different? Syntax, the question is, how is syntax different from grammar? They're exactly the same. Syntax is a more technical term, but it means the same thing as grammar. Yes?
You had said that every normal human being is born and uses at some point or another some kind of language. How about, aren't there cases of people who weren't born within a culture kind of throughout, who never really spoke language though they were physically born?
Yes, I'm glad you actually asked me about that, because as I said it, I realized it wasn't quite right. The point that was just raised here is, I had said before that everybody who's neurologically normal comes to acquire and learn a language. But what about people who are neurologically normal, but they don't have language around them? And in fact, there have been historically some cases of this. There's been probably apocryphal stories about children who are raised by wolves or by dogs. There are stories, horrible stories, some in the 20th century, about children who are locked away by insane or evil parents and who never learn to speak. There are stories of deaf people who are within certain societies where nobody signs to them. And so they're what's known as linguistic isolates, and they themselves never learn to speak. And those cases are the dramatic exception. And they do tell you something. They tell you that it's not enough to have a brain for language. Somebody does have to use it with you. Interestingly, it doesn't have to be that many people. So Susan Golan Meadow has studied deaf children that nobody signed to. But what she studies is deaf children with deaf siblings. And these children don't just sit there, they create their own language. It's not a full-blown language like American Sign Language or Langue des Signes Québécois, but it's a language nonetheless with words and syntax and phonology. It's an interesting question. Any other questions? Yes? It's a good question. The question is, are there inherent limits in our abilities to come up with grammars? And most linguists would argue yes, that languages are highly constrained in how they do things. So for instance, one example is there's no language in the world that ever constructs a question by switching the order of words around in a sentence. There's no language in the world that has a rule that says the fifth word has to be a verb. And linguists have all these conditions say, no language in the world works this way. Now, so these are constraints on grammar, and they're really interesting because they tell us what's a humanly natural language versus what's not a humanly natural language. But notice, even if there's incredible constraints on grammars, still, we could still produce an infinite number of sentences.
Marlowe is not exactly looking
it's just
pushed
like
back
if you
to
restrict me to
I very
only a
much
subset
still
of
feel
numbers,
like Marlowe is
only the odd
slowly
numbers,
advancing with the safest
still,
formations
there's an infinity of
possible,
odd
and I'm
numbers.
not seeing vulnerabilities
So grammar
in.
can be restricted, but still give rise to an infinity.
According to the
of
official
sentences.
news that the Georgia, according to the official Marlowe language
Well,
newspaper
there's a
that
radical
they're getting
claim
over there in
about
Marlonia.
the origin of language, associated with the guy who we met when we talked about behaviorism, who wrote the Review of Verbal Behavior, the linguist Noam Chomsky. And Chomsky makes this radical claim. And this is that we shouldn't view language learning as learning at all. Instead, we should view it as something similar to growth. So he says, no one would take seriously the proposal that the human organism learns through experience to have arms rather than wings, or that the basic structure of particular organs results from accidental experience. Language proves to be no less marvelous and intricate than these physical structures. Why then should we not study the acquisition of a cognitive structure like language, more or less as we study some complex bodily organ? So you might learn to play baseball. You might learn about the American Civil War. But if Chomsky is right, you didn't learn to speak English. Rather, what happened is you heard English, but the capacity grew in your head in something a lot more similar to the development of arms or legs or a visual system. Well, should we believe this? We know there has to be some effect of the environment shaping language, obviously, because in order to know English, you have to have heard English. In order to know Dutch, you have had to have learned and heard Dutch. And in fact, languages differ in all the ways that we were talking about. Some languages, like English, have a distinction between L and R. Other languages do not. For a language like English, that creature there is referred to with the morpheme dog. That's a historical accident of English. In French, it's chien. And in Greek, it's something else. And each of those 6,000 languages, and people in a room who know other languages say, yeah, in Vietnamese it's this, in Urdu it's this, in Czech it's that. Finally, there's syntax. So English is what's known as a subject-verb-object language. That means if you want to convey the idea that Bill hit John, you would say, Bill hit John. But not all languages work that way. In fact, a majority of languages, more languages, are actually subject-object-verb languages. So you would say, if you wanted to convey that Bill was the hitter and John was hit, Bill, John hit. All of this has to be learned. And all of this has to be learned.
They're going easy on me.
Language users.
That's what's happening, I think.
On the other hand,
They deleted one of their AAs, and that opened up a hole
the development of these language skills, in some way, it is similar to growth
give me a false
in the way that
sense of
Chomsky
security.
suggests. So here are some basic facts about language development. One is something which I had mentioned before. All normal children learn language. There can be specific impairments of language. Now again, we spoke about them before when talking about the brain. Some of these impairments could be due to trauma, the aphasias. Trauma, a blow to the head, a stroke, can rid you of your language. But also, there are genetic disorders, some falling under the rubric of what's known as specific language impairment, where children are born without the same ability as the rest of us to learn to speak. And these are interesting in many ways. One reason that they're interesting is that they illustrate something about human language. It would not be unreasonable for you to think, before listening to this lecture, look, all you need to have to learn a language is to be smart. Or all you need to have to learn a language is to want to communicate. Or all you need to have to learn a language is to be a social person, having the ability to understand others and deal with others. But the case of specific language impairments suggests that all of that is wrong. Because there are children in this world right now who are plenty smart, who really want to communicate, and who are entirely social creatures, but they can't learn language. And this suggests that the ability to learn language and understand language is to some extent separate.
The messages have been intercepted. There's a spy
continuing on this theme,
carrying the messages back and forth between
any sort of feedback
Marlonia and Georgia.
There are many Americans who believe that they need to teach their children language.
Jesus, unfortunately, I'm going to have to
DVDs and flashcards and all sorts of things.
Okay, I'm going to leave at the end of this match. I'll put it. That'll be my limit. We're about to hit 11:30.
Using these things,
this has been a lot of fun.
But we know that that's not true. We know
and
this
a great way to
there
absorb
are
the lectures.
Where they don't speak to their kids.
They
don't speak to their
lectures
kids because they don't believe it's
Yale
important to speak to their kids.
courses.
Some linguists would interview adults in these communities and say,
like Donald
why don't
Young
you
or
speak to
something
your
like that?
babies? And these adults would respond,
But yeah,
"It
this
is
one,
ridiculous
if you
to
put
speak
these
to a
words in
baby.
YouTube,
The baby
you'll
has
get
nothing
there.
to say. You might as well just speak to your dog." And then the American linguist would say, "Yeah, we speak to our dogs." Americans and Europeans speak to everything and everybody. Other cultures are more picky, and they don't talk to children until the children themselves are talking. This doesn't seem to make much of a difference in language learning. Some studies have, motivated by Chomsky's work, motivated by Chomsky's critique of Skinner's verbal behavior, have asked, what if we just looked at children within the United States? Don't these children get feedback? And the answer is yes and no. So your average highly educated Western parent does give their children feedback, based on what they say. But they don't typically give feedback based on the syntax or grammaticality of what they say. The example given by Brown and Hanlon in the classic study in the 1970s is they did all these studies looking at what children say and how parents responded. And it turns out parents respond not to the grammatical correctness, but to the affect or cuteness or sociability of the utterance. So for instance, if a child says to his mother, "I loves you, mommy," it's a very unusual parent to say, "Oh no, the verb agreement is mistaken." You've added a redundant S. It's not appropriate.
Oh my God.
Similarly, if a child was to say, I hate your guts, mother, it's an unusual mother. That's wonderful. Subject, verb, object, the whole thing structurally fine. We respond to our kids like we respond to each other. based on the message that's conveyed, not the grammaticality of the utterances. Children make grammatical mistakes all the time, but then they go away, and they go away without correction. So
look at that. You're allowed to get artillery, but I'm following the YouTuber's advice and stayed away.
Well,
you replaced all the AAs that you had out there earlier with artilleries now.
They prefer the melody of their own
language. See, I'm sorry. I'm handicapping myself by playing non-lethal European Extreme Advanced Wars by Web, where you don't pick any artillery, you don't pick any medium tanks, and you consciously, deliberately try to lose every match where the mistakes are all on purpose. That's the challenges I'm putting myself through. So, I've seen you delete a unit every now and then. I'm sure that's very honorable and making things more interesting, but
and these investigators this is because
I'm playing by
to French in the first 4 days of their lives.
Reviewers,
mostly from France,
the old Corsican ruse.
No, maybe French.
That's the strategy I'm playing by.
Everybody's gonna like French, so they redid the study in Russia. Russian kids sucked harder to hear Russian than they did to French, and what they're listening to isn't the words. They don't know words yet. They don't know syntax yet. It's the rhythm of the language. For you, French and Russian sound different. Even if you're like me and you don't know a word of either language, they still sound different. They sound different to babies too. And a baby being raised in France or a baby being raised in Russia knows enough to tell what's his language and what isn't. Early on, children are sensitive to every phoneme there is. So English-speaking children, for instance, English-speaking babies who are born in the United States can distinguish between English phonemes like lip and rip, but they can also distinguish between phonemic contrasts that are not exemplified in English, such as phonemic contrasts in Czech or Hindi. Yes? They would gaggle and coo back at a baby. There's a lot going on in your question. There's a lot going on in your question. To answer the question was, your baby's going to coo and gaga goo goo. Doesn't matter if you coo and gaga goo goo back. No, doesn't make a difference. Your hatred towards them was unmotivated. You can be relieved of that debt. Or I know you feel bad now, I guess. If you speak to your children in perfect English, it's very strange. Nobody speaks to their babies in, hello, son, it's time to, let's go. Okay, I want to change your diaper right now. Stay still. That's bad parenting. It sounds kind of silly. What most people do is, oh, you're such a cute little baby. And it probably, there's evolutionary psychologists debate the function of why we talk funny to babies. And some people have argued it does help their language learning. And some people have argued instead that what it does is it calms them. They like to hear the music of a smooth voice and so on. But whether or not you do so doesn't seem to make a big difference. It is very difficult to find any effect of how parents talk to their kids on how their kids learn language, particularly when it comes to babies. So early on, babies are sensitive to...
I'm sorry, I'm just reminded of Guillermo del Toro's character in Death Stranding delivering one of the funniest line deliveries I've ever heard in a video game. And that's when his character says, "There's still so much we don't know about BBs."
And then that goes away.
The whole game's a metaphor.
Around 12 months of age, it goes away. This is one thing you were much better at when you were a baby than you are now. When you were a baby, you were a multilingual fool. You could understand the sound differences of every language on earth. Now, if you're like me, you could barely understand English. You narrow down till you're sensitive just to the language you hear. And this narrowing down is largely in place by about 12 months of age.
Okay, I got $14,000.
Around 7 months is babbling.
I spent on 2 tanks. It does feel like kind of a waste, though.
I want to stop at this
for some reason, my cart
to go back
logic,
to the issue.
my
I
muscle
promised
memory
you I would turn
from
a
the
bit to
GBA
sign
games
language.
has me wanting to prioritize
And
a
I want to
medium tank
describe
or a
now
neo tank.
a very elegant, I want to
really
show a little
break
film
through
now of a very elegant series of experiments looking at the question of whether babies who are exposed to a
weakest
sign
part
language
of this hard
babble.
line that's pressing on me.
One of the real surprising findings in my
rule
field
of thumb,
over the last 10, 20
especially
years
because people tend
has
to
been that
put them in
the
situations
acquisition
where
of
they just
sign
get
languages
instant destroyed. If you
has
keep them
turned
out
out
of
to
tank
be
range, it's fine. Just know it's hard countered.
almost
by your opponent
exactly
just
the same.
building
In fact,
tanks
as
and
far as
measuring
we
if
know,
you build a
exactly
ton.
the same as the acquisition of spoken languages. It didn't have to be that way.
But no,
I mean,
you don't understand.
It
I'm
could have
used
been
to
just
playing
as
this game
reasonable
against a
to
predictable
expect
AI
that there'd be an
where
advantage for speech over sign. That sign languages may be full-blown languages, but you know,
where I can
they
play
just
as
take
grit
they're just harder to
and
learn.
stack up on
because the
artillery
brain
and
the
turtle
body
in and have
adapted
fun
for speech.
watching the AI
It
throw
turns out that
themselves
this
into
just
my
isn't the case.
artillery
It
range.
turns out that sign and the developmental milestones of sign languages and the developmental milestones of spoken languages are
Arlo
precisely
can't
the
push
same.
countering
They
time
start
soon. I
babbling at
hope.
the same
You sound
point.
more
They start
confident
using
than me.
first
I feel
words,
like I'm
first sentences, first
scrapping
complicated constructions.
a real
there seems to be no interesting
desperate
difference
last
between how
stand
the brain
together.
comes to acquire and use a spoken language versus a sign language. Around 12 months of age, children start using their first words. These are words for objects and actions. Like
yeah, see,
dog
look,
and
they
up
have
and
artillery.
milk.
I don't. I can't
They
really
start
push
showing some
the way you
sensitivity to the
seem to be
order of
thinking I
words.
can.
So they know that, you know, dog
yeah, look at that. They're all
bites
covered.
cat is different from cat bites dog. Around 18 months
And I don't
of
have
age, they start
enough
learning
numerical
words faster.
superiority to
They
confidently
start
push
producing
into
little
all these
miniature
artilleries.
sentences, like, you know, want cookie or milk spill.
I don't
and the
know what you're
function
seeing.
morphemes,
I'm
the
not
little
seeing
words,
it.
in, of, the, and so on, start to
Kill his
gradually
tanks and hit
appear.
the arty. If yeah, sure. Let me just go to the store and buy a
Then
tank killer
then there's the bad
and an
news.
arty hitter.
Around 7 years
I
of
can't kill his
age,
tanks. What are you talking
going up
about? Kill his tanks and
through
hit the arty.
puberty,
Kill his
the
tanks with
ability
my
to learn
tanks. My
language
tanks
starts
aren't
to
gonna.
go away.
I need 2 shots. I need 2 turns, and they'll
the
die
best
in 2
work
turns.
on this has been done
You can
by
2-shot that
Alyssa
tank on the
Newport
road
and
next to
Sam
the
Sakala,
arty.
Who have studied
I think you're talking about
people who have been in the
northeast.
United States for
I don't
many,
think I
many
can
years,
because
like
it's
30,
covered by
40
another
years,
reductive layer
and
of
seeing
artillery.
how well they have come to speak English.
In the second
And
turn,
it turns out the big
they'll
determinant
be
of how
through,
well you
and they
speak
will
English
die
as
in
an
2
immigrant
turns.
Isn't how
Hit your
smart you are.
super button. Hit it. Yeah,
It's not
sure.
how many family members you have when you're here.
Hyper
It's not your
upgrade.
motivation.
I need a refresher.
how old
What did that
you
do
were
again?
when you started.
Info.
It turns out that if you
View
start learning a
stats.
language, a
You
second
know how
language
you
is
like
where
bring up
most
the
of the work's
menu and
been
then go to
done,
Intel COs and
within
it
the first
shows
few
you
years
what
of life,
power.
you're fine. You'll
There
speak
was
like
a
native.
tooltip that showed it, and I clicked the thing too
But
early.
then
How do I?
It starts getting
I was
worse
looking
and
at it a
worse.
while
And once you
ago,
hit
too.
puberty, suddenly there's huge variation in the abilities you have
What
to
did I
learn
just do?
language. It is very rare, for instance. for
I
somebody
want a
who has learned
refresher on
English
what hyper.
past
upgra-
puberty
Okay,
to
okay. You know
speak
what?
without an accent.
Whoa, never mind. We're right
An
here.
accent is very hard to
What
shake.
is this?
And it's
How did
not
I get
just
here?
an accent. It's
Anyways,
it's also other
oh, I
aspects of
right-click
phonology,
my head,
syntax,
and that'll give me
morphology.
the information
It's like
I'm
the
looking
part
for.
of the
Okay.
brain that's responsible
Hyper
for
upgrade. All
language
units gain
learning
5
is only
HP plus 10
around
attack and 1
early
movement.
in
Maybe that's
development.
what you had in
And
mind.
if you don't
I
get your
forgot about the
language by
attack
then,
buff they get. Okay, so I
it'll
might
just run
actually
out.
be able to survive for 3
wanna
turns. I'm
begin
still
next
not seeing the
class
long-term
with
survivability
this
of,
question,
sending tanks into so many artillery.
the question of animals, and now we'll shut down the language learning part. But one
Look at
thing
that.
I'll put up here is your
And
second.
then the AA here is on the
reading
way to
response.
fuck up my helicopters.
So I'll also put this up on Wednesday, and by Wednesday you might have a bit of a better, be in a better position to answer this
So are
question.
the tanks, kinda.
But I'll continue with language on Wednesday, and then we'll also talk about vision, attention, and memory. I'll see you then.
Okay, so you can 2-shot that tank on the road next to the arty. All right, now are you talking about center east, the tank with 9 HP? There's no chess notation. Oh, the coordinates here. Okay, X, Y.
On yesterday's Monday's lecture.
X. Are you talking about the tank at 1307?
Somebody came up after class and asked when
it's got 10% damage,
for your own language emerges in development.
It's covered by a combination of artillery and other tanks.
Pretty much exactly.
Yeah, they got
sort of
3 tanks.
She knew the answer.
My 3
There's
tanks.
Been studies looking at newborn
I don't
babies,
think can withstand 3 tanks plus artillery support.
The moment they pop out.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it because you suggested it, but I don't feel like I'm not seeing any way out of this. I'm not seeing any way out. It's 11:37. The next lecture automatically started playing. Yes, I killed a tank, but at what cost? At what cost? They're going to get blasted by artillery. One of them's going to get blasted by artillery. There's also 2 tanks to follow up. 3 tanks to follow up with the counter maneuver. The tank on the road. How am I supposed to interpret that? The tank on the road. Well, good night, Flip. The tank on the road. Oh, are you saying it because it was on a city that the road was kind of running through? Yeah, the coordinates. The coordinates. You hit the tank on the city. I see that now. We were just listening to a linguistics lecture, and like there's a road going through the whole map. So the reason why I did not actually want to attack that one is because it would be closer to these artillery units that are spooking me and the triple threat of the other tanks on the way. I would be closer to enemy reinforcements. I don't know how much of a difference that would really make unless you were betting on the lack of defensive buff on the road saving the day somehow. And in any case, I'm still not seeing it. I am not seeing a winning strategy here. If you have any more ideas, I'm open because I'm out and
number 4 in the 1962 series, in which Professor Fry is presenting his thoughts on the uses of English literature.
Find out some way to
over 25 years of university work.
Find out some way to wrap up the stream.
Lecture 4, The Keys to Dreamland. Here is Professor Fry.
I've been trying to explain literature by putting you in a primitive situation on an uninhabited island, where you could see the imagination working in the most direct and simple way. Now let's start with our own
no
society,
draw. I want to see it.
And see where literature belongs in that, if it does. Suppose you're walking down the street of a Canadian city, Bloor or Granville or St. Catharines or Portage Avenue. All around you is a highly artificial society, but you don't think of it as artificial. You're so accustomed to it that you think of it as natural. But suppose your imagination plays a little trick on you of a kind that it often does play, and you suddenly feel like a complete outsider, someone who's just blown in from Mars on a flying saucer. Instantly you see how conventionalized everything is. The clothes, the shop windows, the movement of the cars in traffic, the cropped hair and shaved faces of the men, the red lips and blue eyelids that women put on because they want to conventionalize their faces, or look nice, as they say, which means the same thing. All this convention is pressing toward uniformity or likeness. To be outside the convention makes a person look queer, or, if he's driving a car, a menace to life and limb. The only exceptions are people who have decided to conform to different conventions, like nuns or beatniks. There's clearly a strong force making toward conformity in society, so strong that it seems to have something to do with the stability of society itself. In ordinary life, even the most splendid things we can think of, like goodness and truth and beauty, all mean essentially what we're accustomed to. As I hinted just now in speaking of female makeup, most of our ideas of beauty are pure convention, and even truth has been defined as whatever doesn't disturb the pattern of what we already know. When we move on to literature, we again find conventions, but this time we notice that they are conventions because we're not so used to them. These conventions seem to have something to do with making literature as unlike life as possible. Chaucer represents people as making up stories in 10-syllable couplets. Shakespeare uses dramatic conventions, which means, for instance, that Iago has to smash Othello's marriage and dreams of future happiness and get him ready to murder his wife in a few minutes. Milton has two nudes in a garden haranguing each other in set speeches, beginning with such lines as, "Daughter of God and man, immortal Eve." Eve being Adam's daughter because she's just been extracted from his rib case. Almost every story we read demands that we accept as fact something that we know to be nonsense, that good people always win, especially in love, that murders are complicated and ingenious puzzles to be solved by logic, and so on. It isn't only popular literature that demands this. More highbrow stories are apt to be more ironic, but irony has its conventions too. If we go further back into literature, we run into such conventions as the king's rash promise, the enraged cuckold, the cruel mistress of love poetry, never anything that we or any other time would recognize as the normal behavior of adult people, only the maddened ethics of fairyland. Even the details of literature are equally perverse. Literature is the world where phoenixes and unicorns are quite as important as horses and dogs, and in literature some of the horses talk, like the ones in Gulliver's Travels. A random example is calling Shakespeare the Swan of Avon. He was called that by Ben Jonson. The town of Stratford, Ontario, keeps swans in its river, partly as a literary allusion. Poets of Shakespeare's day hated to admit that they were writing words on a page. They always insisted that they were producing music. In pastoral poetry, they might be playing a flute, or more accurately, an oboe. But every other kind of poetic effort was called song, with a harp, a lyre, or a lute in the background, depending on how highbrow the song was. Singing suggests birds, and so for their typical songbird, an emblem of themselves, the poets chose the swan, a bird that can't sing.
Hey, I'm thinking and attacking.
Because it can't sing, they made up a legend that it sang once before death.
You can do both.
When nobody was listening. But Shakespeare didn't burst into song before his death. He wrote 2 plays a year until he'd made enough money to retire, and spent the last 5 years of his life counting his take. So however useful literature may be in improving one's imagination or vocabulary, it would be the wildest
I get it. You were trying to tell me to
use it directly as a guide to life. Perhaps
to get my guard
we
down.
see one reason why the poet is not only very seldom a person one would turn to for insight into the state of the world, but often seems even more gullible and simple-minded than the rest of us. For the poet, the particular literary conventions he adopts are likely to become, for him, facts of life. If he finds that the kind of writing he's best at has a good deal to do with fairies, like Yeats, or a white goddess, like Graves, or a life force, like Bernard Shaw, or Episcopal sermons, like T.S. Eliot.
No, I don't know how impressive it is because I never deleted any of my units.
Or exasperation at social hypocrisies, as with the so-called angry school. These things are apt to take on a reality for him that seems badly out of proportion to his contemporaries. His life may imitate literature in a way that may warp or even destroy his social personality, as Byron wore himself out at 34 with a strain of being Byronic. Life and literature, then, are both conventionalized, and of the conventions of literature, About all we can say is that they don't much resemble the conditions of life. It's when the two sets of conventions collide that we realize how different they are. In fact, whenever literature gets too probable, too much like life, some self-defeating process, some mysterious law of diminishing returns seems to set in. There's a vivid and expertly written novel by H.G. Wells called Kipps, about a lower middle class, inarticulate, very likable Cockney, the kind of character we often find in Dickens. Kipps is carefully studied. He never says anything that a man like Kipps wouldn't say. He never sounds the H in home or head. Nothing he does is out of line with what we expect such a person to be like. It's an admirable novel.
How did they get all this out of just 3 bases?
And yet I have a nagging feeling that there's some inner secret in bringing him completely to life.
There's no way I can send waves of 3 tanks in at a time to deal with this.
All right, then.
Is that what they're trying to get me to do? Should I just spawn 3 tanks?
Well, one of the things that Dickens often does do is write badly. He might have given Kipps sentimental speeches
I don't have any tanks to take out the AA to make use of my helicopters.
And some readers will have clucked and tut-tutted over these passages and explained to each other how bad Dickens' taste was and how uncertain his hold on character
I thought that would have been a good idea. I guess it turned out to be more a diversion for a few turns.
But we'd have had Kipps a few times.
Whoa,
the way he'd look to himself,
3 whole turns a time,
or the way he'd sometimes wish he could be.
Napoleon.
That's part of his reality, and the effect would remain with us, however much we disapproved of it.
No, 2 tanks and infantry. They need to be 3 tanks, or else it's not going to be enough to break through anything here.
I think my general principle is right.
And
what
there's not enough
never
money for 3 tanks.
Except in a book
I would need like
is often what we go to books to find. Whatever is completely lifelike
they're just
going to
get artillery by 4 artilleries. 2 tanks
to bring anything really
win
to life
against
in literature.
What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4.
We have to be literature.
4 tanks with the 5th on the way.
Read the beautiful
with 4 artilleries behind every single one of them. That's just a inferior matchup, straight up.
They give a powerful, convincing impression of a sensible and intelligent girl. But any girl who talked as coherently as that on a streetcar would be stared at as though she had green hair. It isn't only the difference between 1813 and 1962 that's involved either, as you'll see if you compare her speech with her mother's. The poet Emily Dickinson complained that everybody said "what" to her, until finally she gave up trying to talk altogether and confined herself to writing notes. All this is involved with a principle I've touched on before, the difference between literary and other kinds of writing. If we're writing to convey information, or for any practical reason, our writing is an act of will and intention. We mean what we say.
Yeah, I know I have 2 tanks on the field and 1 injured. You're spelling out why I feel I have no options.
It's different in literature.
Not now, not in 3 turns, not in 6 turns.
Too, but because his real effort is one of putting words together. What's important is not what he may have meant to say, but what the words themselves say when they get fitted together. With a novelist, it's rather the incidents in the story he tells that get fitted together. As D.H. Lawrence says, don't trust the novelist, trust his story. That's why so much of a writer's best writing is or seems to be involuntary. It's involuntary because the forms of literature itself are taking control of it.
So much.
And these forms are what are embodied in the conventions of literature.
Like getting good writing is less of a conscious effort
have the same role in literature that they have in life.
Managing set and setting through other factors.
They impose certain patterns of order and stability on the writer. Only if there are such different conventions, it seems clear that the order of words, or the structure of literature, is different from the social order. The absence of any clear line of connection between literature and life comes out in the issues involved in censorship. Because of the large involuntary element in writing, works of literature can't be treated as embodiments of conscious will or intention like people, and so no laws can be framed to control their behavior, which assume a tendency to do this or an
helicopters
intention
can
of doing
make themselves useful for once.
Works of
but
literature
really
get into
be
legal trouble
decisive.
because they offend some powerful religious or political interest. And this interest in its turn usually acquires or exploits the kind of social hysteria that's always revolving around sex. But it's impossible to give legal definitions of such terms as obscenity in relation to works of literature. What happens to the book depends mainly on the intelligence of the judge. If he's a sensible man, we get a sensible decision. If he's an ass, we get that sort of decision. But what we don't get is a legal decision, because the basis for one doesn't exist. The best we get is a precedent tending to discourage cranks and pressure groups from attacking serious books. If you read the case book on the trial of Lady Chatterley's lover, you may remember how bewildered the critics were when they were asked what the moral effect of the book would be. They weren't putting on an act. They didn't know. Novels can only be good or bad in their own categories. There's no such thing as a morally bad novel. Its moral effect depends entirely on the moral quality of its reader, and nobody can predict what that will be. And if literature isn't morally bad, it isn't morally good either. I suppose one reason why Lady Chatterley's lover dramatized this question so vividly was that it's a rather preachy and self-conscious book. Like the Sunday school novels of my childhood, it bores me a little because it tries so hard to do me good. So literature has no consistent connection with ordinary life, positive or negative. Here we touch on another important difference between structures of the imagination and structures of practical sense, which include the applied sciences. Imagination is certainly essential to science.
I'm once again tempted to build an APC,
without a
but you
constructive
told me
power in
no.
the mind to make models of experience,
So we'll try
get hunches
a
and follow
different
them out,
method to achieve
play
a similar
freely
result.
around with hypotheses and so forth. No scientist could get anywhere. But all imaginative effort in practical fields has to meet the test of practicability. Otherwise, it's discarded. The imagination in literature has no such test to meet. You don't relate it directly to life or reality. You relate works of literature, as we said earlier, to each other. Whatever value there is in studying literature, cultural or practical, comes from the total body of our reading, the castle of words we've built and keep adding new wings to all the time. So it's natural to swing to the opposite extreme and say that literature is really a refuge or escape from life. A self-contained
Are you talking
world
about
like
the
the world
scratches?
of the dream.
I think it's
a world of play or make-believe.
It's a radio
to balance the
broadcast
world
from
of work.
1962.
Some literature
that got
is
recorded
like that,
onto a
and
cassette
many
tape
people
is
tell
what it
us that
sounded
they
like at
only
some
read to
point
get
in the
away
80s
from
or
reality
90s.
for a bit.
That then got...
And I've suggested myself
Well, you might
that
be
the sense
hearing
of
the
escape,
analog
or at
audio
least
compression.
detachment, does come into everybody's literary experience.
Oh, that's fine. That just
But
gives
the real
it age.
point
It
of
gives a
literature
character,
can hardly
as far
be
as I'm
that.
concerned. You're listening to
Think of such writers
1962.
as William
A radio
Faulkner
broadcast
or
from
François
1962 cannot
Their
be
great
reasonably
moral
expected to
dignity,
not have something
the
funky in
intensity
the
and
audio
compassion
pipeline,
that
unless
they
it's
studied the
a
life
lot more
around them
popular
with.
than Northrop
Or
Frye's
think of James Joyce,
massy
spending
lectures
7
that
years
got
on
broadcasted
one
on the
book
radio
and 17 on another,
maybe
and having them ridiculed
4
or
whole
abused
times.
or banned by the customs when they did get published.
The copter
Or
can't
of the
get shot by
poets
the
Rilke
Artie
and
in
Valley
some
Reed,
VA range. I
waiting
can't do
patiently
anything
for years in
real
silence
exciting with the other
until
one,
what they
though.
had to say was ready to be said.
I'm starting to see it, but I feel
There's
like
a
it's being
deadly
given to me by
seriousness in
someone
all
who is
this,
going easy
that
on
even
me.
the most refined theories of fantasy or make-believe
Do I have
won't
any more
quite
units
cover.
waiting?
Still,
the
let's go along with the
APC's
idea for a
not
bit,
graying out
because
when
we're
they've
not
used up
getting
their
on
moves
very
is going to be
fast
something
with
to
the
get used to. But
relation
yeah,
of
I think
literature to
my
life,
turn is done.
or
That one
what we
took a
could call
while
the
too.
horizontal perspective of literature. That seems to block us off on all sides. The world of literature is a world where there is no reality except that of the human imagination.
Copperfield is the one he made after the death.
We see a great deal in it that reminds us vividly of the life we know. But in that very
transcendent
vividness,
beauty, then
there's
you know
something
you can
unreal.
trust something in it.
We can
Also-
understand this more clearly with pictures.
Oh, there's noise in the
There
microphone
are
cable?
trick pictures, trompe-l'oeil, the French call them.
I'm trying hard right now. You deleted your AA.
An American
you deleted your Alcoholics Anonymous. You're lost in the sauce.
So expertly that she grabbed at the canvas trying to pull it off.
Look at that! You just killed a tank of mine. You're trying about as
isn't a reality, but an illusion.
You're just letting me have a moment here, while still generally
real
pushing
reality, so to speak,
pushing your way on to victory by the looks of
our own experience. But are such things as the wrath of Achilles or the jealousy of Othello, which are bigger and more intense experiences than anything we can reach.
Guess I need tanks?
Except in our imagination, which is what we're reaching with. Sometimes, as in the happy endings of comedies, or in the ideal world of romances, we seem to be looking at a pleasanter world than we ordinarily know. Sometimes, as in tragedy and satire, we seem to be looking at a world more devoted to suffering or absurdity than we ordinarily know. In literature, we always seem to be looking either up or down. It's the vertical perspective that's important, not the horizontal one that looks out to life.
Here's a good
test. There are two halves to literary experience, then.
But damn, did the quality of my voice change that much? Or at all? I'm pretty sure the microphone fuzz you're talking about is all CBC.
Imagination gives us both a better and a worse world than the one we usually live with.
60-year-old
and demands that we
media
keep looking
transfers
steadily at them both.
Where some
I said in my
analog
first talk
feedback
that the arts follow the path of the emotion
to be expected in the
and of the tendency of the emotion to separate the world into a half that we like and a half that we don't like. Literature is not a world of dreams, but it would be if we had only one half without the other. If we had nothing but romances and comedies with happy endings,
I can't believe
literature
how much
would express
movement points
only a
the
wish
AAs
fulfillment
have.
dream.
It feels like they're faster
Some
than I'm
people
used to
ask
as
why
well.
poets
like
want to write tragedies when the
whole,
world's so full of them anyway.
Everyone's all covered.
And suggest that enjoying such things
oh my God! How did that
something
tank
more
get
that are
there?
gloating about it.
I guess I just wasn't paying attention.
It doesn't, but it might if there were nothing else.
Oh,
in
they can only
literature.
hold one? I thought they could hold two.
This point is
I might
worth
have been
spending
thinking of
another minute on.
Landers.
You recall that terrible scene in King Lear where Gloucester's eyes are put out on the stage. That's part of a play, and a play is supposed to be entertaining. Now, in what sense can a scene like that be entertaining? The fact that it's not really happening is certainly important. It would be degrading to watch a real blinding scene, and far more so to get any pleasure out of watching it. Consequently, the entertainment doesn't consist in its reminding us of a real blinding scene. If it did, one of the great scenes of drama would turn into a piece of repulsive pornography. We couldn't stop anyone from reacting in this way, and it certainly wouldn't cure him, much less help the public, to start blaming or censoring Shakespeare for putting sadistic ideas in his head. But a reaction of that kind has nothing to do with drama. In a dramatic scene of cruelty and hatred, we're seeing cruelty and hatred, which we know are permanently real things in human life, from the point of view of the imagination. What the imagination suggests is horror, not the paralyzing, sickening horror of a real blinding scene, but an exuberant horror, full of the energy of repudiation. This is as powerful a rendering as we can ever get of life as we don't want it. So we see that there are moral standards in literature after all, even though they have nothing to do with calling the police when we see a word in a book that's more familiar in sound than in print. One of the things Gloucester says in that scene is, "I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course." In Shakespeare's day, it was a favorite sport to tie a bear to a stake and set dogs on it until they killed it. The Puritans suppressed this sport, according to Macaulay, not because it gave pain to the bear, but because it gave pleasure to the spectators. Macaulay may have intended his remark to be a sneer at the Puritans, but surely if the Puritans did feel this way, they were 100% right. What other reason is there for abolishing public hangings? Whatever their motives, the Puritans and Shakespeare were operating in the same direction. Literature keeps presenting the most vicious things to us as entertainment, but what it appeals to is not any pleasure in these things, but the exhilaration of standing apart from them and being able to see them for what they are because they aren't really happening. The more exposed we are to this, the less likely we are to find an unthinking pleasure in cruel or evil things. As the 18th century said in a fine mouth-filling phrase, literature refines our sensibilities. The top half of literature is the world expressed by such words as sublime, inspiring, and the like, where what we feel is not detachment, but absorption. This is the world of heroes and gods and titans and Rabelaisian giants, a world of powers and passions and moments of ecstasy far greater than anything we meet outside the imagination. Such forces would not only absorb, but annihilate us if they entered ordinary life. But luckily, the protecting wall of the imagination is here too. As the German poet Rilke says, we adore them because they disdain to destroy us. We seem to have got quite a long way from our emotions, with their divisions of things into I like this and I don't like this. Literature gives us an experience that stretches us vertically to the heights and depth of what the human mind can conceive, to what corresponds to the conceptions of heaven and hell in religion. In this perspective, what I like or don't like disappears, because there's nothing left of me as a separate person.
HP.
As a reader of literature, I exist
together
only
make them
as a representative of humanity as a whole.
I can.
We'll see how important this is in the last talk. Literature, then, is not a dream world. It's two dreams, a wish fulfillment dream and an anxiety dream, that are focused together like a pair of glasses and become a fully conscious vision. Art, according to Plato, is a dream for awakened minds, a work of imagination withdrawn from ordinary life, dominated by the same forces that dominate the dream, and yet giving us a perspective and dimension on reality that we don't get from any other approach to reality. So the poet and the dreamer are distinct, as Keats says.
$5,000.
Ordinary life forms a community, and literature is, among other things, an art of communication.
$2,000
so it forms a community
infantry
too.
right now, but
in ordinary life,
it's
we
the
fall
rules.
into a private and separate
I guess they'll be useful in
every
3
night,
or 4 turns,
where
but
we reshape
I don't
the world
see a use for them
according
in
to
1
a
to 2
private
turns.
and separate imagination. Underneath literature, there's another kind of subconscious, which is social and not private, a need for forming a community around certain symbols, like the queen and the flag, or around certain gods that represent
yeah, see, my
order
tanks
and
just got
stability,
outnumbered when they tried to
or becoming and change,
attack someone out
or
of
death and rebirth to a
simultaneous
new
AA
life.
and RD range.
This is the myth-making power of the human mind, which throws up and dissolves one civilization after another. I've taken my title for this talk, The Keys to Dreamland, from what is possibly the greatest single effort of the literary imagination in the 20th century, Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. In this book, a man goes to sleep and falls not into the Freudian separate or private subconscious, but into the deeper dream of man that creates and destroys his own societies. The entire book is written in the language of this dream. It's a subconscious language, mainly English, but connected by associations and puns with the 18 or so other languages that Joyce knew. Finnegan's Wake is not a book to read, but a book to decipher. As Joyce says, it's about a dreamer, but it's addressed to an ideal reader suffering from an ideal insomnia. The reader or critic, then, has a role complementing the poet's role. We need two powers in literature, a power to create and a power to understand. In all our literary experience, there are two kinds of response. There is a direct experience of the work itself, while we're reading a book or seeing a play, especially for the first time. This experience is uncritical, or rather pre-critical, so it's not infallible. If our experience is limited, we can be roused to enthusiasm or carried away by something that we can later see to have been second-rate or even phony. Then there is the conscious, critical response we make after we've finished reading or left the theater, where we compare what we've experienced with other things of the same kind and form a judgment of value and proportion on it. This critical response, with practice, gradually makes our pre-critical responses more sensitive and accurate, or improves our taste, as we say. But behind our responses to individual works, there's a bigger response to our literary experience as a whole, as a total possession. The critic has always been called a judge of literature, which means not that he's in a superior position to the poet, but that he ought to know something about literature, just as a judge's right to be on a bench depends on his knowledge of law. If he's up against something the size of Shakespeare, he's the one being judged. The critic's function is to interpret every work of literature in the light of all the literature he knows, to keep constantly struggling to understand what literature as a whole is about. Literature as a whole is not an aggregate of exhibits with red and blue ribbons attached to them like a cat show, but the range of articulate human imagination as it extends from the height of imaginative heaven to the depth of imaginative hell. Literature is a human apocalypse, man's revelation to man, and criticism is not a body of adjudication, but the awareness of that revelation, the last judgment of mankind.
Professor Northrop Frye in the 1962 Massey Lectures. The series will be published in book form, and if you're interested in receiving a copy, you may write for further information to CBC Publications, Box 500, Toronto. Next Sunday night's lecture is entitled The Verticals of Adam.
Wait, no. I know the one we need to listen to. Okay. Are you guys ready? Now my favorite one. Oh, come on. Age of Napoleon, Spotify. My favorite one. I'll know it when I see it. The King's Army. This is going to be a real good one for these purposes. 37 minutes. Come on.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Jesus, that's loud.
Streaming to shopping, Prime helps you get more out of your passions. So whether you're a fan of true crime or prefer a nail-biting novel from time to time, with services like Prime Video, Amazon Music, exit Amazon
open and when to change the filter. Spend less.
Episode 6, The King's Army. Thanks for joining. Our subject today is warfare and military life in 18th century Europe. The French Revolution would transform the art of war and the relationship between nations and their soldiers forever. But it was in these armies before that transformation that Napoleon and all the other great commanders of this era learned their trade. I know there's some listener interest in the average person's experience of this era, particularly in the lives of common soldiers. As luck would have it, there's an excellent memoir of this period written by a reasonably average guy that includes a lot of great information about military life. His name was Ulrich Breker. He was Swiss, but served in the Prussian army during the 7 Years' War. His memoir is called The Life Story and Real Adventures of the Poor Man of Toggenburg. Breker came from humble origins and had little formal education, but he was a talented, funny writer with a fantastic eye for
Unfortunately,
detail.
I don't think I can.
I'll be using him as an example as we go along, weaving in some of his observations and experiences to illustrate some of the general concepts we'll be talking about. The 18th century was a transitional period in the history of warfare. In earlier eras, the battlefield was ruled by elite, heavily armored
I'm gonna try and end this soon. Oh, really? Let's see.
Technological and production improvements in the 17th century made firearms and artillery more accurate, more reliable.
It's a very ominous way to phrase.
This ushered in a new era in the history of warfare, an era dominated by the firepower of massed formations of infantry armed with muskets. This type of warfare was a far cry from that of armored medieval knights or the colorful mercenary troops of the Renaissance. But among the ruling elite, there were a lot of romantic notions about war that harkened back to earlier eras. Officers tended to see themselves as gentlemen first and foremost, and war as honorable, something that could be pursued with dignity and chivalry, even with a degree of restraint. Officers may have perceived some sense of collegial fair play among each other, but this attitude was not extended to the men. Discipline in 18th century armies was mercilessly brutal. Corporal punishment was widespread, ordeals like flogging with a cat of nine tails, being forced to stand barefoot on a narrow wooden tent peg for hours at a time, or running the gauntlet, in which a unit was formed into two lines and the condemned man was made to walk between them, with every soldier in the regiment required to strike him with a stick or a switch. Cruelty could come from your own comrades as well, in the form of hazing rituals and unofficial courts of honor that punished breaches of the unspoken rules of barracks life. And this brutal treatment wasn't just reserved for men convicted of crimes. Physical violence and verbal abuse were key components of training and even of everyday life. Prevailing wisdom was that a climate of fear was necessary to maintain order in camp and discipline on the battlefield. Frederick the Great famously said that he wanted his men to be more afraid of their officers than of the enemy. The Prussian army was generally considered the harshest in Europe. Here's how Ulrich Breker described the experience of Prussian discipline. We had to watch as they were made to run the gauntlet 8 times up and down the long avenue of 200 men, until they fell down breathless, and on the next day had to do it again. The clothes were torn from their mangled backs, and blows began afresh until clots of blood hung down over their breeches. Besides this, the way things went on the drill ground gave us cause for similar observations. There too we had no end of cursing and blows from minor nobles who liked to wield the whip, and likewise no end of lamentations from their victims. We ourselves, indeed, were always among the first in our places and exerted ourselves bravely, but it grieved us to the heart nonetheless to see others so unmercifully mishandled for every trifle, and to picture ourselves so shamefully mistreated year upon year, standing often for 5 hours at a time, laced up into our uniforms as tight as a nut, marching up and down poker stiff, and continually practicing the arms drill as quick as lightning. And all this at the behest of an officer standing before us with a furious face and a cane at the ready, and every moment threatening to cut us down like cabbage stumps. Under this treatment, even the strongest nerved fellows among us grew weak, and the meekest raged with anger." End quote. This was a horrible way to live, but there was a grim logic to this approach. In 18th century warfare, victory often went to the most disciplined troops, the army whose soldiers were best able to ignore their basic human impulses for self-preservation and obey orders like automatons. Winning battles meant continuing to march when you were too tired to march. It meant staying in formation at all costs, calmly closing ranks as your comrades fell around you, moving only in steady lockstep, only firing when ordered, and most importantly of all, it meant never giving in to the basic human instinct to turn tail and run away when faced with danger. If an infantry unit panicked and scattered, they were inviting the enemy to charge in and finish them all off. This was the ideal target for cavalry. Keep your head, stay together, and you might stay alive. Lose your nerve, the last thing you ever hear will likely be hoofbeats rapidly approaching from behind. In time, states would learn to train and motivate men to fight this way of their own free will, but for most of the 18th century, the method was to psychologically break recruits and terrorize them into blind obedience. And it worked. Wait, really? Here's how Henry Lloyd, an Englishman who fought for Austria against Frederick the Great, described the Prussian army.
That doesn't
quote,
feel right.
A vast and regular machine.
Okay, it did 40%.
Their victories must be ascribed to this chiefly, for all the genius of the leader can do nothing without it, and almost everything with it. End quote. Amazingly, there were men who actually volunteered for this. As we've discussed in previous episodes, there was intense poverty in 18th century Europe. The military was seen as a last resort, but many were forced to take it. Others sought adventure or glory. Petty criminals were often given the choice of serving in the military or serving a prison sentence. The hard partying, hard drinking aspects of military culture and the daily ration of liquor or beer issued by most armies attracted destitute alcoholics. Recruiting officers also routinely used deception and what we today would probably classify as kidnapping, particularly in wartime when manpower reserves were stretched. That's how Ulrich Breker ended up in Frederick the Great's army. He took a job as a servant for a rich foreigner named Marconi and faithfully followed his new master right to a Prussian army post where he was inducted into the military. Marconi was a recruiting officer, paid a bounty for every young man he brought in. Here's how Breker described the scene when he arrived at the base. Quote, over his arm, the sergeant major carried a soldier's uniform, which he spread out on the table and, laying a coin beside it, said, "That's for you, my son. I'll bring you your bread ration directly." "What, for me?" I rejoined. "What for? Who sent it?" "Why, your uniform and your pay, boy. That's a foolish question for a recruit." "What? How? A recruit?" I replied. "God forbid. I never thought of any such thing. No, not in all my life. I am Marconi's servant. That's what I was hired for, nothing else, and no one need tell me otherwise." The sergeant, "And I tell you, fellow, that you are a soldier. I'll vouch for that, and there's no more to be said." End quote. It will probably not shock you to hear that desertion was rampant. Conditions were brutal, pay was bad, and many soldiers had no desire to join up in the first place. No one in the 18th century carried identification. It was tantalizingly simple to just slip away. In the British Army, for example, 23% of the men recruited between 1774 and 1780 deserted before the end of their term of service, nearly 1 in 4. Frederick the Great issued a document called the King's Military Instructions. These were a short list of standing orders, procedures, and practices he wanted every Prussian army to follow. The very first order in that document is about preventing desertion, which I think goes to show how seriously he took this problem. In Frederick's own words, through desertion, quote, "The army becomes weakened at the very period when its completeness is most essentially necessary. Unless the greatest attention is paid to circumstance, you will lose the best of your forces and never be able to recover yourself." End quote. To prevent desertion, Frederick ordered, among other things, that armies not camp near woods, avoid marching at night, call roll several times a day, and send out cavalry patrols and establish cordons of light infantry to hunt down and capture deserters. He tells officers not to allow their men to, quote, wander about without supervision, even to forage for fresh water. And the men were to be kept busy. Quoting Frederick again, "An army is composed for the most part of idle and inactive men, and unless the general has a constant eye upon them and obliges them to do their duty, this artificial machine will very soon fall to pieces, and nothing but the bare idea of a disciplined army will remain." End quote. This almost sounds more like life on a prison chain gang than soldiering. Imagine if tomorrow morning you woke up and there were media reports of troops in your country's military being treated like 18th century soldiers. Think of the public reaction. At the very least, some politicians and generals would probably lose their jobs. Here in the US, I'd be worried someone might get killed over it. But in the 18th century, people didn't really care. And this wasn't some secret. The brutality of military life is depicted pretty explicitly in Voltaire's Candide, for example, and that was the most popular book of the century. Clearly, cultural attitudes towards the military were very different in the 1700s. This was not an era in which supporting the troops was considered a civic virtue. Soldiers were a scorned class of outcasts. Generally, common people feared and distrusted them, and the elite despised them as degenerates and criminals. This attitude began to change during and after the French Revolution, but as late as 1813, the Duke of Wellington famously called his own men the scum of the earth. When Ulrich Breker was a new recruit, here's how a veteran soldier explained their lot. Quote, "Alas we, poor dogs, that have been cast away or sold, fit only to be despised in time of peace, and in war to be stabbed or shot." End quote. In pre-revolutionary Paris, there were signs in public parks reading, "No soldiers, no prostitutes."
Oh.
I think that shows you pretty clearly where soldiers ranked in the 18th century European social strata.
Like pure agony?
Of course, little of this bad reputation rubbed off on the officers.
I've hiked up
The officer
worse.
corps in most of Europe was still very much the preserve of the nobility. Leading men into battle was seen as an honorable occupation, even though actually being one of those men was not.
For the
Strange
idea.
state of affairs,
I do
but
see
then
the
again,
appeal, and
there
I
are
will
some
stick
glaring
with
contradictions
it,
in the way almost every society
I'm
views war.
clearly up against people who have so
The
many more
aristocratic
hours of experience
pretensions
than
of
me.
the officer class sometimes bordered on the absurd. At the Battle of Fontenoy in 1745, the 1st Regiment of Foot Guards, the most elite unit in the British Army, found themselves face-to-face with the Garde Française, the most elite unit in the French Army.
Okay, the HQ just
As the
got
two units
exposed.
faced each other in line formation, officers from each side stepped forward,
Okay, the
bowed,
HQ
and
only
doffed
has
their
one
caps
point
to
of
each
health
other.
left.
After a few flowery aristocratic insults, an English officer invited the French to fire first, calling out, "Gentlemen of the French Guards, fire!"
And that was my final
His
hope,
French
and
counterpart
now,
demurred,
no, they
answering,
already wisened up to
"Gentlemen,
that
we never
one."
fire first. Fire yourselves." This strange little standoff ultimately ended with the French firing first. The English foot
how
guards got the
long
better of
can
that
I
particular
hold
exchange, but the British Army lost the battle, so not sure what lesson we can take from that result. The incident passed into history as an example of old-fashioned chivalry, but the side that fired first was usually at a disadvantage. So this is more a case of high-class trash talk than gentlemanly refinement.
Tanks.
Still, it's an odd way to conduct yourself given the circumstances.
Can't get air through there.
And there is
Can't get a
something about
tank
the
through
event
there.
that feels ritualistic and archaic, out of place in the so-called Age of Reason. Blue blood and wealth were the most important factors in achieving high military rank, just as they had been for over 1,000 years of European history. But that old way of doing things was under pressure in these changing times.
Any way I can crack
After all,
through?
this was the age of the Enlightenment. Many educated people worshipped rationality and empiricism, and it was getting hard to defend this system on rational grounds. War was becoming more like a science. An officer needed a good understanding of geometry to effectively
have I had
command
my
artillery
super? Have I not
and
been using it?
engineering to build and maintain fortifications. Armies were getting bigger, and their supply needs were getting more complex. A good general needed a solid understanding of logistics as least as much as he needed the intangible chivalric qualities that supposedly came from good
I was
breeding.
hoping that it would hit more for the 67.
To meet these
end of that
challenges, many
spectrum.
armies introduced merit-based promotion in branches of service that required a lot of technical knowledge, like the artillery or the engineering corps, and even allowed commoners to become officers in these branches. Governments opened military academies, where cadets would learn about tactics and strategy as academic disciplines, rather than going to war as boys and learning how to be an officer from their elders, as many had in earlier generations. Still, there was only so far a man could climb without money, the right last name, and good connections. A great example of this is the career of a French officer named Lazare Carnot. Carnot was one of the great military geniuses of this era, and would go on to play a huge role in the Revolution. Before 1789, he was already well known within the military as a reformer, with big ideas about the future of the French army. He also had a reputation in intellectual circles for his contributions to the field of science, mathematics, and engineering, which he did as a hobby in his spare time. He was widely considered to be the greatest mind in the French army, and for good reason, but he was also a commoner. Carnot was an engineer, and commoners were allowed to serve as officers in that branch of the French military, but not to rise above the relatively junior rank of captain. He was in his late 30s when the Revolution broke out, still only a captain after almost 2 decades of service. Aristocratic officers would have considered it an embarrassment to have stayed in the army that long without achieving a higher rank, but that was the best Carnot could hope for under the old system, despite being known as one of France's most brilliant officers.
Oh, okay. If I was playing
So
on
when the time came, Captain Carnot supported the revolution.
Not original hardware, but on
but
the
in his
portable
situation,
emulation
wouldn't
I usually
you?
play. I would press the
old
fast
army
forward
was not
button through
interested
this.
in putting the
At
talents
least I
of
have
someone like him to good use.
one grain of
Maybe it
shredded
never would
cheese
be, but he had a
left
contribution
at the bottom
to
of
make.
my
The revolution
salad
offered him a
container
chance to
to
make
give
it.
me
So Captain Carnot
a
took his
reminder.
chance and tried to make a mark on history instead of remaining in obscurity.
Of what normalcy tastes like.
So that's what an 18th century army looked like.
Is that normal?
Lots of sullen, unwilling soldiers being mistreated
so for a while
by
in
often
the middle,
unqualified
I think,
officers.
Wait,
Not
no,
a pretty
you deleted
picture.
your AA.
But how did they
early
actually
on.
perform?
Okay, for a while after
Battles
you
of the
deleted your
18th century
AA,
were very small
I felt like
compared
I
to what
was
would come
starting to
after the
see a
revolution.
possibility, but then
For
the
instance,
time pressure
the biggest
caught on.
battle of the 7
11:30
Years'
rolled around.
War
I wanted to
included
wrap
about
up
80,000 men
subconsciously,
total
and
on
that's
both
all that screwed
sides.
me up, really. You know,
Over
if I had
half
all
a
the time in the
million
world to
men
think about every
participated
move,
in
I'm sure I'd be
Napoleon's
fine.
biggest battle.
And we'll find out if I have all the
There are
time
a
in the
couple
world to think
reasons
of every
for
move and
this.
do fine
First,
next week, because I think
pre-revolutionary
I kind
European
of want
states
to
were
get this
just
habit
not as
going on.
effective
This
at
is great.
recruiting and training.
Maybe we could do
Second,
audiobook requests,
even if they
lecture
had
requests. There
managed
was
to
one that
somehow
got put in here.
concentrate
What
that
was his
many men
name?
for a single battle, their logistic systems would have been overwhelmed trying to keep such a small area supplied with enough food and equipment for hundreds of thousands. But most importantly, that's just not the way pre-revolutionary powers fought wars. When we think of great powers fighting each other, we tend
the
to
audio
imagine
content.
a war effort
This is
like World
this
War
is
I
brilliant.
or World War II.
This is how
Conflicts
we can
in which
educate
entire
ourselves
populations were
as
mobilized
a
and
generation,
governments
as the
requisitioned
gamer
every
generation.
necessary resource
We can
to
play
fight for national
Advanced
survival.
Wars by web.
That type of
while,
war is
while
called
learning,
total war, and it did not
how
yet exist
to,
in the 18th
you
century.
had a bad start, so maybe
Scholars
we
classify the
didn't
conflicts of this era as limited wars. There was no mass mobilization, not for military service, not for war production.
We'll get there.
Governments took out loans and raised taxes for military spending.
I really like
but they
combining
didn't
this
resort
with
to
interesting
anything truly
listening
drastic,
material.
like seizing emergency control
It really
over
works
parts of
well.
the economy.
This stuff works super
7
well,
Years'
and it
War was
reminds
a
me
massive
of some
global
of the most fun I've had locked in an apartment by myself with nothing to do and nowhere to go for a couple years. This is a great way to kill time. Holy cow. Yeah, this is like some kind of chess 2 or something. I think I will pick this back up next Friday. Next Metal Gear Monday is going to be another Death Stranding. I wonder what kind of attitude I'll be in for those streams. I'm going through a lot, and this is going to be a very decisive weekend. I hope I'm still there. If I'm still there next week, those are my plans. Death Stranding on Monday, Advance Wars by web on Friday. And I really should probably brush up with my skills and my experience on this and play with some randos before then. But I think I could squeeze an hour or so of this in every day until that then. But yeah, I'll see you guys then. Thank you so much. Thank you so incredibly much for donating and hanging out and supporting me for this rough patch. We've got some good stuff in store for next week. I'm very anxious and excited because I'm very anxious and nervous because I am excited. It'll at least be very, very soul affirming for sure. I'll see you guys then. Until then, thank you very much. I appreciate you.